Hello everyone, welcome to the Next.js 14 tutorial. I am Arul Pradasam, your instructor for this tutorial. So we are going to learn about Next.js framework. So this is the official web page of the Next.js. You can refer the dots anytime if you have any doubts, and they have clearly explained all the features about Next.js. So let us start our journey. So I am using VS Code for this tutorial. So first see the installation process of Next.js. npx create next app and the name of the folder. Now it will ask some commands. So we are not going to use TypeScript. So we are going to use ESLint. So no tailwind CSS, and we need source directory, and we are going to use app router, which is latest router in Next.js. Now don't want to customize the import statement. So it will take some time to install the dependencies. Yeah, we have installed our Next.js. So this is the folder structure of Next.js. It has package.json, and we can see our dependencies here, and these are our dev dependencies, and this is package.auth, and this is nest.config.js file. We use this file to config some Next.js features, and this is the readme, and this is JS config. We can config our import statements here, and this is git ignore, and this is eslink.json, and this is the public folder. We have the svg images, and these are our node modules, and finally the source directory, and inside the source directory we have app. So inside the app we have these files: favicon and global css, layout.js, page.js, and page.module.css. So to start our dev dependency, we need to use the command npm run dev. This will start the router in. We need to first switch over to this folder. Then we need to run our command. Now it will load our web page in the default port. Yes, we got the web page now. So what are the other commands we have means, so we can stop the server by Ctrl Z. No, we can stop the server by Ctrl C, and pressing Y it will stop the task. So what are the other commands we have means, we have npm run build to create our production module, and to after building the module we can start the production module by npm run start. So these commands we need to keep in mind. So how to change our default port? So that is npm run dev or npm run start -- space -p space 4000. So this will start our development server in the port 4000. You can see the server is 4000. And another way to change our port is we can directly do the to package.json, and in the dev, in the scripts tab we need to put -p 4000. So by default the 4000 will now load when we put this command. So the next one we need to see is Next.js uses telemetry to get some diagnosis data. You can check the telemetry status by npx next telemetry status. So it is enabled. So I need to disable the telemetry status means npx next telemetry disable. So now it is disabled. To enable means npx next telemetry enable. So I again check my status. Now it is disabled. So to learn more about Next.js telemetry, we can refer the Next.js telemetry documentation. So by reading this documentation we can know what are the data they are collected and for what purpose they are collecting. They do not collect our pages data, they collect only basic data. We can read this in this documentation. So before proceeding further, the prerequisite for Next.js is you need to learn about React.js, because Next.js is based on React.js. So React.js knowledge is essential for Next.js. So let us start our journey. In Next.js, creating routes is very easy. If you know the routing in React.js means we need use the React DOM, and we are creating some complex route. But in Next.js we use the file based routing. So we need to just create a folder, and inside the folder we need to create the page.js file. So the page.js file is the UI file. So we can see in the app directory the page.js. So it is the home page. So now we modify our home page. And I put the h1 tag hello world. So we can see the hello world text, but why it is black in the background? So that is the global styles. in the layout. So I am removing this. So now we can see our hello world theory. So to create another page means we need to create a folder inside app directory. So I am creating a folder about, and inside the about I create a page.js. So I am using the extension of React, so it gives the component easily. So the extension name is ES7 Plus. So you can download and use this extension for fastly creating components. So now I have the about page. So let us navigate to the about page. So now we can see the text about. So this is the basic about routing. So next we need to see about the component hierarchy in routing. So first we see the URL terminology. So this is our domain, and below are the segments. So these are segment 1 and this is segment 1. So the totally we thought path. So the next one is component 3. So that is the app is the main tree, and inside we have many subtrees. So this is one of the subtree, and inside the subtree we have dashboard. So for this subtree the dashboard is the root, and inside we have many folders, that is analytics settings, and inside the analytics we have password and profile. So the last segment we call ref. So this is the last segment. So this is ref, and these are two last segments. So these are we call ref. Ref is the last segment in the URL. So for example, dashboard/settings/password. So this is a URL and the password is the last one. So that is the ref. So after below the ref there are no more segments. So now we are clear with the terminology of routing. So the next we are going to see the client and server components. So in Next.js all the components are by default server components. So if you need any client component means at the top we need to use client. We cover all these things later in this tutorial. For the basics you know these things now. So our default server component, to use client component we just use client at the top. So now it become client component. So why we need client component means if you need any browser functionality or browser API like router storage or React use state, use effect, all these things require browser side. So for the browser side we need to use the use client. If you use use state without use client means it will render in the server, then the server does not know about use state, so it will cause error. So these are the basic about client and server components. So we will dive deep into in later part of the course. Now let us see about pages, layout and template. So we already seen the pages, which is the UI for our web page, and now let's see about the layout. So layout is the default page that will render in all of our routes. For example, these two are the font, so we remove this. So I remove this, and this is the metadata. We will talk this about later, and this is our layout. So we can see that the layout is under app directory. So this is the root layout of our web page. So the layout has the prop of children. So and we render the children inside our body. So we need HTML and body inside our layout. Without this it will show error. Only layout has HTML and body, and we do not include any head inside layout because the head metadata are we do by this type of functions. So if we put anything inside layout, that will be shown in all our routes, because this is a route layout. So this route layout will be shown in all routes. For example, so what things we can put in layout means the common things we need to show in our all pages, we can put in the layout. For example, nav bar. So I put nav bar. So this nav bar will be shown in all of our pages. Oh, we need to remove this style. Okay. Now we can see the nav bar, and after we have the children, that is the home page all over, and I go to about page, and you can see the nav bar error. So this is the layout, so it will show in all pages. We can have many layouts for our separate routes. For example, this is the route layout, and the route layout must have the HTML and body. For example, I want to show a separate layout for the about route. Then I will create a new layout file inside the about, and I can show some things for the about route only. Then if I navigate to the about, then this thing will show. So you can see the about layout is showing, but the about is not showing. You can see the nav bar is from the route layout, and about layout is from the particular layout for about, but the about content is not showing. Why? Because layout has the prop of children. We are missing the prop, so we need to add the children prop, and we insert the children here. Now we see the about. Now we can see the nav bar from default the route layout, and the about for the particular about layout, and the about content. So this is the purpose of layout, but we should not add like this. We should not have directly the layout like this. We need to use route groups to combine separate parts of UI. So let's see that in later. So let's see the page. So this is the particular UI page we show in our web page. So we already seen this. So let's see what are the props page can accept. Page can accept two props, that is params, and the second one is search-params. So both these two props are important for pages. So the params is used in dynamic route, so we see in later, and search-params is we using the URL search, like question mark search equal to like the query parameters, we get that from the search params. And the layout has another param, that is search param. Search param, only params. The layout has another params, that is only params. So these two props layout get, and the children prop is necessary prop. We need to use the children prop. You can see that in the root layout we have the HTML and body, but in the about layout we don't need it, because only one HTML body is needed, that should be placed in the root layout. So both pages and layout are server components. We can also make that client components using useClient, but if we made our root layout to a client component, then we are not able to use the metadata function, like many things we are not able to use in the root layout when we use the server, when we use the client component, that is by useClient. So next we see the template. So template is similar to layout. So to create a template, we need a template.js file and a template component. So we put home template. So the template also is similar to layout. So but the difference is template creates new instance for every page navigation. For example, if the layout will be rendered only once when the page loads, but template will be rendered every time when we navigate to one page to another. So the template also have the children prop. So this is the only prop it will have, and I place this. Now we see the home page or about page, the nav bar, home template, and our page.js, that is home content. So this is the template. So when we use template and when we use layout means, if our application needs each time rendering, for example we need to use use state for some pages, or we need to use some analytics that needs use state or use effect, then we need to re-render our page each time when we navigate to that page. So in that situation, re-rendering happens. Re-rendering needed means we go to template. Okay, so we see about pages, layout and template, and we see the route groups. What is route groups means? It is simple. We create some route groups that will differentiate our project structure. For example, the method to create route groups is, under the app directory I create a folder. The folder name should be anything, but it should be relevant to our project. So the syntax is, we need to use the curly parenthesis, we need to use the normal parenthesis, and inside I create more. So the syntax is bracket, more bracket, parenthesis, more bracket, and inside I create some route, more folder, and inside the more folder I create page.js. So the route group is this one, bracket more, but the real route is /more only. This more will not get into consider. For example, I create a dashboard group, and I create one folder settings page.js. So if I navigate to the /settings, this page will shown. So we don't consider the dashboard. And inside the more I create a component. So let's check /more. So now we can see the more and /settings. We can see the settings. So why this route group means, we can easily differentiate our routes, and we can easily navigate our project structure. That only we use route group. So inside the route group we can place our layout inside our route group. So under the dashboard I place the layout. So when we do this means, our project structure should be clear. So for this route under the dashboard, for this route group, this particular layout will be used. For example, I create another route, analytics inside the dashboard, and it has the page.js means, then this layout will be shown to settings and analytics route. So by this route group we can separate our layouts and show particular layouts to the route group, particular layout to the routes. We can also create like this, under about we can have layout.js, but this is more common we use. So route group, and under the route group we have layout and other templates. You can find. So I did not created the layout, that only it show error. So for now I delete it. You can find the thing, that is first we have navbar, and second we have home template, and the third we have our page settings. So how this could be rendered? Because we use the page.js, template.js, layout.js. These are special files in Next.js. These files will be converted to components. So let's see what are the special functions. So I am using the dots. So routing, under routing we have the file conversion, and these are our special files: layout, page, loading, not found, error, global error, and route, template, default. These things we see in our tutorial later. So these are the special files. So how this component will be rendered are given in this page, in this section. First layout, and then template, and error, and loading, and not found, and page. So you can see in this image. So you can see in this image the layout is the first component that will be rendered, and inside the layout template, and inside we have a error boundary, that is this error.js, and inside the error we have suspense, that is loading, and inside the suspense we have not found, that is error, and finally we have page. So this is the hierarchy, component hierarchy of Next.js. By this only our UI will be rendered. If you have a nested layout means, you can see in this image, first the layout and the error and the loading suspense, and we have a settings, and inside the settings route we have another layout. So a layout can have another layout. So inside the layout we have, and then set again layout. So and again error, and the loading, that is suspense, and the page. So this is the component hierarchy Next.js uses. By this only our components are rendered. That's only you see the output like this. That's why we are using the children. Then the children will be rendered. So this is the component hierarchy Next.js uses. You can see that we are navigating to pages by using the search bar, but we can also navigate to our page by using the UI. So we need to use link component from Next.js to navigate to pages. So why we need to link component means, we can also use normal href link, but link component gives some additional features for our application. So let us import and use the link component. Import link from next/link, and we use the link here. It is similar to our href link, but it has some additional features. So let us try this. So now we can successfully navigate it to about page. So this is link component. So this link can have some additional features. So we see this one by one. So we can also use the href like this, path name, and about, and query, and inside we have key value pairs. So we can also use href like this, path name, and we can pass a query, and it has a object of key value. So let us see this. You can see the key value of query name equal to name. And what else we can do means we can also use the replace attribute here. So by default replace attribute is false, but when we use this replace attribute it will become true. So what it will do means replace attribute replaces our current history state. Instead of adding new URL to our browser history stat, so it will replace our current history state. So then we have a store attribute. By default this store attribute is true. We can set this to false. So what this store attribute do means if you are navigating to another page by using the linked component, then we see the another page will show at the top. That means previous store position will not show, only the top store only show. So we navigate to another page means then we show the top of the page first. So when setting the store to false, when we navigate to the another page, then we show our previous store. That means if we are at the bottom of the page means if we navigate to this link means we see the bottom of the page only, we are not seeing the top page. So we need to store again to top of the page. If we use the navigate buttons to move front and back means then we see the store position will not change when we use the store to false. By default it is true. So what else we can do means we can use the prefetch attribute. By default it is true. If we set the false means the link will not be prefetched. So what is prefetch means? Next.js has a super feature like prefetch. So this feature will prefetch the link before we click to the link. So this prefetch will happen only in production mode. So we need to build the production by run build npm run build, and we need to start the production by npm start. Then we can see the prefetch in action by going to network and refreshing the page, and we can see the link in our viewport, or we can hover the link means then that page will automatically prefetched here. So if the user navigate to that link means then they can quickly see the page without any loading buffer. So by that prefetch happens in Next.js. So this is about link. Then what we can do to navigate to page programmatically means we can use the another method, that is useRouter. So we can use useRouter to navigate to our page. So let us see that. So it is a client component, so we need to use client and we import it useRouter from nest/navigation, not from nest/router, from nest/navigation. Then I remove this link and we create a button. When we click the link, we go to a page. That is about. First we need to create the instance of useRouter. So we have the instance of useRouter, and when we click this button we programmatically move to the about page by router.push. So we can see when I click the button we are at the about page. So by using the useRouter we can programmatically move to about page. So what are the other things useRouter provides means we can replace the URL like we do in a link, then we can refresh our page. Then we can also use prefetch in useRouter. Then we can also move front and back using useRouter. So these are the things useRouter provides. You can refer dots for dots to learn more about these things. So mostly we use linked component to navigate to other page, but for sometimes like this we use the useRouter. So now we can see the difference between layout and template by using console.log. So I put a console.log here, template, then inside this layout I put a console.log. Now we create a link in the layout, because the link should be shown in all pages. Then only we can navigate one by one by using the link. So we create the link here. So first let us import the link. Now we create the link. Then I create another link also to another page. Okay, now we remove this. Now we remove this and just put some text only. Now we can see, first I navigate to home page, so just put some break. Now okay, now we can see it is these are server components, so we can see in the layout and template are in the terminal. So I refresh the page, so you can see the layout and template here. So I navigate to about page, but we are not getting the log. Why? Means we are template is creating the DOM each time we navigate to a page. So to correctly see the refreshing, we need to use train component to see the template how works. So I put use train here. Now you can see the template log when we navigate to various pages in the client console. So now you see the layout only, and I open the console and you can see the template, and I again navigate to another page. You can see the template is re-rendering, and again navigate to about page. You can see the template is re-rendering. So this is how template will re-render each time when we navigate to other pages. But you can see the layout is only rendered once. So this is the difference between template and layout. So you can understand this very much in detail when you work any projects that require re-rendering of a page when we navigate to various pages. Then in that situation we can use template. Now let us see 3 Next.js routes which are very useful for us. So before seeing that, I have told that useRouter is a client route, but the correct context is useRouter is used to programmatically change routes inside the client component. So we are using the useRouter inside client component, so we need to use useClient. So that is the third context. So now we use the use path name route to get our URL route. So the use path name is a client side route, so we need to use client, and we import it from next/navigation. We'll create a instance of path name. Now we directly put the text in the h1. Now let us see. I have put in the home page, so we need to use in any routes. So I put that path name in about page. Now it is fine. Now let us navigate to the about page. Now you can see the path name as /about. So this route is used to get our path name, and we can use that to find which path name we are visiting, like that. So the second route we are going to see is useSelectedLayoutSegment. So this route will give the route segment one level below the layout it is started from, and this route is a client side route. So we need to create a component which is a client component, and we import that component in the layout. So the parameter is it is not required parameter, it is optional. It is a parallel route key. So by using the parameter we can get the slot name when we can get the active route segment within that slot. So what is slot means, we will discuss that in the later part of the tutorial. So how this useSelectedLayoutSegment work means, it is executed in the layout, and after the layout, that is below the one segment of layout, it get the route segment. So for this layout it is home. So when we visit the URL home we get null, and when we visit the dashboard we get the dashboard, because the layout is in home and below the layout it is dashboard, so we get dashboard. But now the layout is in dashboard itself, so when we visit dashboard it shows null. So when we visit the settings inside the dashboard we have settings, means then it will give the settings. So when we visit the analytics monthly inside the dashboard, then we get the analytics, because it gives only one segment, that is analytics. So let us see the execution. So I have created a folder inside the source, that is components folder, and then inside the components I create a component called segment.js, and inside this component we use our route. Here we invoke the route and we return a para with the segment. Now we import this route in the layout. So we import the route in the layout. You can see the import statement, that is @/component/segment. So we are using the ls as @. If we are not using @ means, then we need to use .. like that. So this is very useful to avoid that trailing slashes and dots. So we invoke this here. Now we visit the about, means we get the about, but when we visit home page we will not get anything. But when we visit the route inside our route group, right, more, we get our route group name, not our original route. Also when we visit the settings inside the route group dashboard, we get the route group name, that is dashboard, not the correct route settings. So this one thing we need to keep in mind. And also the another route is useSelectedLayoutSegments. So this gives all the segments below the layout as an array. So you can see here, use all active segments below the layout it is started from. So it is also a client side route, and it is also accept a optional parallel route key. So you can see this will gives array. So when we visit the dashboard, it will gives as dashboard. So when we visit dashboard settings, it will gives our dashboard settings. So like that, it will give us all the things from the layout and as an array. So let us see this in action. So I create another route about info. Also I create another route inside the more info. Now let us see how it works. So in home page there is nothing, but in about you can see the about. So let us console also the route to see the array structure. So you can see the array about. Then when visit the more, you can see the route name, route group name also more. So to remove this from array, we need to use filter method and remove this. Also when we visit the inner route about/info, then it will get about and info, all the routes below the layout. So when we visit more/info, it will give more the route group name and more and info. Like this route will execute. We can execute the route in any layout, but I am executing in the route layout. So from the layout only the route segment will be calculated. For use selected layout means it will be 1. For use selected layout segment means it will be 1. For use selected layout segments means it will count all the routes below the layout. Now we are going to see about dynamic routes. So dynamic route means we can match any dynamic URL segments with our route. So to create a dynamic route, so first I create a user route, and inside the user route I create a dynamic route as ID. So inside the ID we need to create our page.js. So now if I navigate to user/12 or user/anything, that will go to this route only. This is dynamic route. We can also get our dynamic ID by using the params. So this will get our and what the dynamic URL segment. So we can check this /user/1. So you can see ID. So in the console you can see the ID. So we can also make this here. Now you can see the ID. So what I put means that all things come in this area. So this is dynamic route. So the next one is we can catch all our routes. For example, I just remove this. So now inside our user we are going to catch all our routes. So for the syntax is we need to put square bracket and 3 dots and ID. Now inside this we create our page.js. So this also have params. So how this work means, if we are at the any random URL means it will show like the same, but it will show as array of. We can also have many URL segments, for example /user/any URL segment, any random URL segment. All these are catched and it will display as an array. You can see all the route segments are displayed under the ID. So we need to match the name ID. So all these things comes under ID. But if we navigate to only /user, then it will show a 404. So to solve this problem, we can create a page.js under user, or we can create an optional catch all route. So for this we need to use again a square bracket. So square bracket, and inside square bracket and our dot ID, and again square bracket. So if we do means, then we can navigate to user also. Also we can navigate to any URL segment under user. That all will be catched. But if we navigate to only user, it will work, but the params is empty. So this is optionally catch all route. Also we can have a static params. For example, these all things are dynamic. So when the user enters the dynamic segment, then only this page will be created. But if you already know some default as URL segments, then we can create that pages around at the build time. So to do this, we need to create generateStaticParams function. So I create a new folder. So inside we have params. So we need to export a function, export function generate static params. So inside this function we need to return an array of objects. So what these objects means, these objects will be our dynamic segment. For example, ID 1, then ID 2. So for this 2 segment, our page will be created at the build time. So this will be generated when the user navigate to this 2 pages, that is /user/1, user/2. If you have a fetch method means, then we can fetch and return, we can fetch. For example, we fetch a post. We fetch a post means, then we need to use async and we fetch, then we get the data, and we need to return a array as object. This will return the array of object, but the key will be our dynamic param id. Then we can return our post for what we data we get. So we need to return an array of object, and the key will be id. This will match the id, and we generate this at build time. So we can also do this for multi dynamic segment. So what this means inside the id I create another folder, that is user id, and inside the user id I create a page.js. So I just copy this, and we are under the id, and inside we have user id. So we have two dynamic routes. So under the last segment, last ref, we can return two dynamic segment params, right? Array of, we can return id 1 and comma user id 1. Then we can return another page id comma user id 2. So by this we returning the two dynamic params from generateStaticParams. So this is one method. Also we can do another thing is inside the id we have a layout, means we can return one set of params, and inside the child generateStaticParams we capture that and we destructure it, and with this param we can fetch anything, and we return our last user id only. So you can refer dots for more information. GenerateStaticParams. So in this area you can see under the layout, under the category, they are returning the category, and inside the category and the product they are capturing the category as params in generateStaticParams. So this is optional parameter. This will work only when the parent generateStaticParams return some params and the child generateStaticParams need to capture it. So with the use of category we again fetch the product and we return the particular product. So this is also one method. We can return both the two under this product page, or we can return the category first, and we with the use of category we get the category and we fetch and return the product. So there are two methods. So next we are going to see about loading and steaming. So loading and steaming is we just need to create a file. For example, I want to create loading for the whole segment, means I create loading under app. So the page is loading.js. So inside we have a loading page. So this will be shown when we are loading anything. We can also have loading pages for particular routes. So for example, under id I have a loading page. So this loading will be shown to this route only. So this is loading. And what the steaming means, steaming helps to easily break down our chunks and easily send from server to client. So this is a big process, but we are using React, so React uses suspense, so we can use suspense to make streaming our components from server to client. So how to use means, first we need to import the suspense from React, and if you have a component, that component will fetch data, and it is asynchronous component, it will get some time, means then we wrap that component inside our suspense. So other things React will handle, so React will break this part and it will send it sooner when the part is ready, so we can have a loading inside the suspense. So this is streaming works in Next.js. You can also learn more about streaming in the documentation. So the same thing this they are saying. So first we need to use suspense for the components which have many time to prepare, so then React will make the other things. So when the components ready in the server, then that will be fetched and given to us. So how which component will come first means, that will handle by the server. For example, when the user navigates to particular component means that will come first, or when the component data loading will be clearer means that will come first. For example, review and other components will come later, so that will handle by React. We just want to wrap suspense with our component which have higher data fetching and higher loading, so React will handle it. You can refer docs for more information. Now we see about 404 error and error handling. So when we navigate to any routes which are not be created means, then it will create a 404. We can also have custom 404 page by creating a notFound.js page. So under the app I create notFound.js. so inside notFound, what content we are providing, it will be shown as 404 page. So you can see for the random page it is showing not found. So this is our 404 page. We can also trigger our 404 page in any section of our page by using the not found function from next/navigation. So I am in home page, so I am importing not found from next/navigation. So if something is wrong means, for example, for the if statement, we can trigger the not found. So when this not found is triggered, then it will go to 404 page. So next we see about error handling in Next.js. So the error handling is, we need to create a error.js file. So under app I create a error.js. So the error component should be a client component, because we resolve our error and show the status to user in client side. So we need to use client component. So we need to export a function error, and this error function has two parameter, error and reset. So we return what we want to show, for example error, and we can create a button to reset our page. So this reset function will re-render our component and it will re-render the resolve our error and show the UI. So we can click this button and reset it. So what this error will have means we can show the message to the user by using the error. So what we can show means we can use error dot message. This will show the error message forwarded from client component. We can also have error dot digest. This will show the hash of error code which will be thrown from the server component. So these two things we can use here. So how we can trigger our error means, for example, in home page I am using a use state. So I am using stated which is not defined. So this will trigger our error.js file. So you can see in home page we have the error and try again. So this will resolve our error. Okay. So but this error will not cover for the layout page. If you have any error in the layout, then this will not cover that error. Why means you need to understand the file structure. So first layout is the top component and then template and then error boundary. So for all other pages we have the error, but for layout and template we don't have any error boundary. So to create layout and template error boundary, we need to create another file, that is global error.js. global-error.js. So this will wrap our layout and template. So this global error.js file is similar to error.js file, but the difference is the global error.js will wrap our layout and template. So we need to define HTML and body in this area, because our main HTML will be in layout. So we need HTML and body in this area. We can also have many error files inside routes. For example, we have the particular error for about route, and we have the error or error for inside app route, and we can also have global error.js file. So that's all about error handling and not found page. Now we are going to see about route handler. So route handler means we can use request and response objects to create our route in route handler. So to create route handler, we need to create a API folder under app, and inside the API we can create our own routes. For example, I create a user, so then I create a file route.js. Right, for UI we use page.js, for route API route we use route.js. So inside our route.js we create a function. We can use get method or post, any method we can use. So we just need to use export async function get. So to use post we can use post method, just the name only changes. For now we just return a response .json data. So to access this route we need to use /API/user. So let us see /API/user. Now we get our data. So this is the basic route in route handler. We can also fetch data inside the route handler. So why we use route handler means usually we use to fetch data in client components using route handler. Every component by default is server, so when fetching data inside server, we directly create a function in async and fetch data in that function inside the server. But when using client component, we need to call API, so we call our route handler and we fetch the data. So inside route handler we can have a fetch function. So we can also have a request parameter. So I am console logging it. So the log will be shown in our terminal. So you can see the request object gives many useful methods like URL. So this is the request object gives useful method URL and cookies and many other methods we can use using the request object. We can also use the NextResponse. We can also use NextResponse, which is given by the Next.js. This extends our normal response. Both gives same response, but NextResponse have some additional methods. We can also use that. So for now we fetch a data and send to the front end. So I am fetching a data using the dummy JSON API. And we need to return the response. I am using NextResponse. So in front end we need to call the route. So I am using client component to fetch data. So inside the component I am creating a function which is a async function, and now we can use the route here. So /API/user. Now I am console logging the data. So by using useEffect, we call the function here. So that's all. Now we can see in our home page the data is here in the console. So you can see the data. So this is how basic fetching will happen using route handler with client component. So when talking about fetch, this fetch is extended by Next.js. So this fetch is memorized and cached. So we see these terms more in caching section of this tutorial. For time being, you know some basic details. So we can use the fetch many times, but it will call only once. So this fetch is also memorized. So if I again call the same fetch without changing any parameters, the only one response will be done to the server because that function is memorized and data is cached. So we can do some modifications here like catch, no catch. So this will recall the fetch once again when we call the fetch again and again. So there is no catch will be stored. So the fetch will be called whenever needed when we call the function. So and the again is force catch. This will catch always. So it will always catch. So we can also revalidate our data after some time. So we need to use next object. Inside we can have revalidate. So and it is seconds. So I am giving 20 seconds. So after the 20 seconds, data will be revalidated. So to understand this revalidate, we can go to catching section in documentation and time based revalidation. In this image you can easily understand the revalidation. So don't see these terms, we will cover in catching section. First the fetch will happen, then we get the data. So it is less than 60 seconds. So again the fetch will happen less than 60 seconds. So again the same data will be set. So if time is more than 60 seconds, so again the fetch will happen, but we are not fetching the new data, we are getting the same data, that is previous data, we thought stale data. So again the stale data is sent to the client, but in that situation after sending we revalidate our fetch. So revalidation happens and the data is set. So again we go to that page, we see our new data. So immediately we will not get the new data using revalidate. So when we go to the page, it will revalidate, and when we again refresh, we get the new data. So this is how revalidate happen. For immediately we need to revalidate, means we need to use on demand revalidation. We have seen in the tutorial later. So next what else we can do apart from fetch, means we can do many things in the route. For example, I will show some examples. So first let us train this. So we can get, for example, we can get the search params using request method. So how we get means, so first we need to, we already seen in the area this as a search params. So we can get this by destructuring the search params, new URL request.url. By this we get our search param. If you have any search param, like ID or anything, we can get this by, so for example /API/user Toshinmark ID equal to 2. So now we get this ID using this search param. So we can also have another method, right? We can using the URL, but request has some special methods, that is next URL. This next URL is extended by normal URL. Normal URL, this next URL extends normal URL. So we can use this to easily get search params. So request.nextURL.search params. So from this we get the search param. So we can also do like this. So for more information we can refer docs. Also this get method is catched because everything in Next.js will be catched. So we can change the behavior. So the route handler with get method without request, this will be catched, this response will be catched. So to OPT out of catching, we can do some things like they told in the documentation. So catching, so route handlers are catched by default when using get method with response object. So to OPT out of catching, we need to use request object with the get method, or we can use any other HTTP method. So what HTTP methods available means, we can have get, post, put, delete, add options, these methods available. Other than get, we using means it will not catch it. Then using dynamic functions like cookies, headers, these things we are using means these are also not catched. Then using segment on feed options, this makes our route dynamic, so this will also not catch it. So what this means this will make the route like this dynamic or dynamic params. We can set the route fully with segment on feed options. We will see this later. So there are many examples available. This is we have now seen revalidate, and there are many other examples like headers, import headers from nest headers, and getting the header and setting the header, and redirects, cookies, and other many things we are having. We are also have dynamic route segment. For in the dynamic route.js we have a params. So I forgot to tell the thing. So we can have route.js not only inside API, we can have route.js in anywhere, like page.js. For example, under the user route, I create a route.js. So I create a basic function. So I am using a normal response. So when we navigate to /user, we will see the response. We can check /user, we can see the response. So it is similar to page.js. So we can use where we want route.js, we can use, but we not use both page.js and route.js in the same area. For example, we cannot be able to use page.js inside the user because we already use route.js. So this is a feature, so we can use in anything we want. So likewise, they are using the route.js under dynamic segment, so they are getting the params. So and they are using the params for fetching or anything. So this is we seeing the query params, and they are using an example of OpenAI to streaming and getting the response body with request.json and returning the response, and we are getting the form data and setting tasks, webboot, and we can also send non-UI response. We can also send any XML or any other non-UI response to our front end. So this is the basic about route.js and route handler. You can refer these examples for more details about cookies, headers, and other things. Now we are going to see about middleware. So Next.js provides a middleware. So what is middleware means? It helps to run a code before the request is completed. For example, we want to create a middleware means we need to create under the source directory, or we need to create a middleware before the app, not inside our app. Outside our app, we not to create inside our app. So I am creating a middleware inside source, that is outside the app. So the file is middleware.js. So this file we need to export a function called middleware, and it has request method. So I just console log middleware. You will see what is going to happen. So just open the terminal. So just I refresh the page. Now you can see the term middleware, because first before rendering the home page we go to middleware. That's why it is used to run a code before a request is completed. Then I will go to about page /about. Then we can see again middleware is run. So this is how middleware works. So what else we can do with middleware means, so this middleware is running for all the requests. So we can customize this with a if statement. So request dot I am using NextURL dot path name dot starts with /about. So for the about instance only, about segment only, we are going to make something. I just console logging about. So for other instance we just return NextResponse dot next. So that's all. For this about path only we are executing the middleware. For other request we are just skipping the middleware, that is NextResponse dot next. So let us see. For about we get the about, and for home page we are not getting anything. So this is middleware happens. So we can also configure the path by without using the if, by using a config method, config object. So export config, and inside we need to use a matcher. So in the matcher we can set the URL. So this middleware will run for this particular URL only. We can also use an array to define more URLs, right, /user, like that. So there are also using a regular expression to set the matcher accordingly. For example, here you can see /about /torrent path. So this will match /about /a and /about /b, but not /ac. And when using the star operation we can have anything like a, b, c. So is 0 to 0 or more. When using question mark is 0 or 1. When using plus 1 or more. So we can use this matcher to match our URLs. Then what else we can do with middleware means, we can redirect a page when the user is entering without authentication, right, returning a NextResponse dot redirect new URL. We are redirecting to home page. So this new URL will reconstruct our URL. So this is the current URL and we are adding the path. So our new URL will be changed when we add the path. So our new URL will be the home page. So when we go to about our user, we will be redirected to home page. Yes, we will be redirected to home page. So what other things we can do means, they have examples using cookies or setting headers. We can set a cookie when we are going to visit a particular page, and we can set headers, and we can also send response to a page like the response.json or NextResponse.json. Also we can set the trialing / to true. So in Next.js you can see, if I navigate to any other page means user. So first I remove this. So if I navigate to any page, you can see there is no trialing /. the slash is missing because that is Next.js removes. So if you want to make a slash like this in your URL, we can configure in this middleware, like we setting the configure to true, and in middleware we can do the steps. So these are the things middleware gives. So it is used to check the authentication or run a code before the request is completed. We can set to key header or redirect, rewrite, anything we can do in middleware. So for now the middleware is running in edge runtime, so we don't need to any change in the runtime. We see runtime in later part of this tutorial. So in this section we are going to see about rendering. So how rendering works in Next.js. So there are three types of rendering patterns. First is server component rendering and client component rendering, and the combination of both, that is composition pattern. So for understanding rendering, docs is the best source I choose. So let's see one by one. So first, what is the benefit of server rendering? Means we can fetch data quickly, and the security of our API and caching, and we can reduce client JavaScript bundle size, and the initial payload will be fast, and SEO and other social shareability. Server side rendering is best. We can also stream our HTML content as chunks to the client. So how server components are rendered? So to understand this, first let's see how the Next.js renders the server component. First, React renders server components into special data format called RSC payload, that is React server component payload. So what it means, RSC payload is a binary representation of the rendered server component, that is React server component. So it has placeholders for client component, and it has the props for from server to client component, and it has the rendered result of the server component. So it is the binary representation of rendered server component. So then it creates in the server, and after the Next.js uses RSC payload and client JavaScript to render our HTML on the server. Then the HTML is immediately sent to the front end, but it is a non-interactive one. So our client will use RSC payload to update the DOM, and the client side JavaScript will iterate the components and make our application interactive. So this is the process happening behind the scenes. So first RSC payload will be created, and from the RSC payload and client component JavaScript we create a non-interactive HTML, and using the RSC payload in the client side we update the DOM, and after updating we use JavaScript instructions to make the non-interactive HTML to interactive based upon user action. So this is the thing happening. So we can do server rendering with three methods, like static rendering, dynamic rendering, and streaming. Streaming we already discussed, like we need to use suspense and it will create the boundaries. So for static rendering, it is the default rendering, so we don't need to change anything. So the default one is static, so it will be run at the build time. So dynamic rendering means we have a dynamic route that will happen at the request time. So all request time happenings comes under dynamic rendering. So how to switch to dynamic rendering means we need to use a dynamic function, or if the request is uncatched data is discovered means then Next.js will switch to dynamic rendering. So uncatched data means that is the uncatched data. So what is dynamic function means, it is the functions which will be changed or that will be used at request time. So for example, cookies, headers all comes under dynamic function, and search param props which we use in the pages will comes under dynamic function. Also we use some segment config methods, segment configs to declare dynamic page. So that segment thumb feed we will see later. So first how to switch to dynamic rendering we see. So first dynamic function and data, we have two things. So no dynamic function means it is statically rendered and the data is cached. So dynamic function yes means it is dynamically rendered, so data is cached. So no dynamic function but the data is uncatched, then it is dynamically rendered. Then the dynamic function is, then it is dynamically rendered and the data is not cached. So this is the table we can understand the how dynamic function and data are used to switch to dynamic rendering. So we need to keep in mind that we don't change manually static rendering or dynamic rendering. We can change, but our main criteria should be which data to catch or which data to revalidate, and what component to stream. So these three things we need to choose, because the optimistic rendering will be chosen by Next.js accordingly. So our work is we need to choose catch or when to revalidate the data, what to catch and when to revalidate our data. So streaming we already discussed, so that we use suspense, React suspense to make our components as chunks from server to client. So next one is client component. So why we use client component means we want to browser API or for the interactive state use effect and event listener, then these are things we need to use, means then we need to go to client rendering. So how client rendering means we need to use the use client. We already seen this. At the top of the page we need to use client, and below the use client all the import statements are client side bundle. So below the use client all the import statements are client side bundle. We can define many use client and we can separate the boundaries and that bundles will be thumb from server accordingly. So how the client rendering happens? So it is similar to the server rendering. So first React renders server components into RSC payload, and which includes reference to client component. So where to insert the client component, all references are included in the RSC payload. Then Nest uses RSC payload and client JavaScript instruction to create a non-interactive HTML. Then that HTML will be served to client. Now client uses RSC payload to update the client and server DOM trees, and finally JavaScript instructions iterate our components to make the UI interactive. So this is the client rendering, how happens behind the scenes. So if we navigate between front and back, means that happens in the client side. So once the HTML is rendered and thumbed to client, then the navigation happens in the client side. So this is the client. So we can use client to make a component client. So we don't want to use client many places. So we have defined our client side logic, and from the logic we import the files in one file. So in that file we can use client. So like this example, they use state and they use a button, and finally they imported all the things in toggle, but they did not use client in the use toggle or button. They only use client in the toggle.js. So we use the logic and finally we are importing the things. So and above that we use client. So below the use client all the import statements are client components, client side bundle. And if we have any children of the client component, then that also comes under client side bundle. So next we see about composite pattern. Composition pattern we use in most of the cases where we use both server and client components together. So when to use server and when to use client for fetching data or using backend sources and APIs, and to reduce the client side JavaScript, we need to use server component, and we need a interactive or useFX React APIs or browser APIs, custom modes. All these things we need to use in server component, in client component. So how to share data between these components, between the server or between client or between server client, all things we see now. So sharing data between server components. So to share data means usually we fetch in server component, not fetch. We are fetching in server component, and we need the fetched data to another server component. Means we can directly again fetch the URL in another component, because fetch is memorized in Next.js using React, and also the data is cached. So there is only one request is sent to the server of the fetch API. So we can do many fetches across our server components. So but only one fetch is happen. If we change the URL only, another fetch will happen. So data sharing between server component is easy. We can fetch many times as we want. And if we want to import a server component into client component, that is we should not do, because server component have sensitive data. So if we import that in the client component, then the data will be shared in the client bundle. For example, in this case, the process.env is the environment variable which is used in server component. But if we import this in the client component, then this environment variable will not go to client, because Next.js will remove the environment variable in the client component. We can also use nest_public to show the environment variable to client component, but in this case we are not using this. So if we import this in the client component, then our fetch will not as expected, because the environment variable will be removed by Next.js. So you can see it is private variable that can only be accessed on the server. So Next.js will replace private environment variable with an empty string when we put this in the client component. So to solve these problems, we can use a package called npm install server only. So when we use this package, if we randomly imported or unfortunately imported any server component into client, then this will show an error. So we need to import that package import server only, and if we import this server component into client, then it will show an error, because we are using the package import server only. So by using this package, we can save some errors, we can avoid some errors. Then next, if you want any third-party libraries that should be used in server component, for example, they are using Thoroughser in the server component, but Thoroughser is a client side application. So we need to use useClient. So we create a file and put useClient and put the client side operation, and finally we import that in our server component. So we can import client component into server component, but we should not import server component into client component. But we want this Thoroughser only in the server component, means we should create a separate file and import that file component, and we export it, and finally we import this into the main server component. If we directly import, means it is a server one, it is a client one, so it will show error. So we should create a another file and we import it and export, and finally we should use it. So the next one is using taintx. So we already use taintx in React. If you know React means this will be easy for you, but directly using this taintx in layout. Why layout? Because layout is the main root of our file. So directly using this in layout will cause error, because next the server does not know about taintx. So how to use this means I have created a taintx file with useTaint. So these are React code. So importing use taintx and create taintx, and finally we have created a create taintx, app taintx, and exporting the app provider with children, and we are returning a taintx provider, and we are creating a custom mode use global taintx with the return of use taintx. So these are React code. So we need to, this is a taint component, so we are importing this in our layout and we are wrapping this with the children. So now the problem is solved. So we can share our data between taint components. So to share the data, I have created the use global taintx. So in the user route, I have declared the use taint because the data shall happen between taint side. So you need to use taint, because use global taintx will use the use taintx, which is a taint side route. So we need to use taint. So after using use taint, we get the data as expected. So that's it. That is about taintx API. So the next thing we need to see is passing data from taint to server component. So we need to pass the data as serializable. Other data are not accepted. So we need to pass the data as serializable. If our data is not serializable, like we fetch data from the third-party library or any API, then we can fetch again in the taint component, because fetch will happen only in one time. So we can fetch using a third-party library or route handlers. So other serializable data, like normal data, for example, this is a counter, so which accept item prop, and inside the counter is important in server component, and inside we send the serializable prop. So it is common, we can send this from server to taint component. So and the taint accept it and we can use it. But we want to fetch data, then we want to pass, means we can fetch again using third party library in taint side, or we can fetch using route handler. We already seen route handler is used to fetch data in taint component. And when we want server component to use in taint component, we already seen the package which will show error that when we import a server component into taint component. But we can pass our server component. If we have a server component which will not give any sensitive information to taint side bundle, so we want to use the server component in the taint, means we can pass by two ways: passing the server component to taint by props or by a children. So in this example, the page is a server component, and we are importing taint component and another server component. So we want this server component to pass to taint component. So we are wrapping the server component with the taint component. So now we are getting the server component as children, and we can use the children without any problem. We can also pass props to taint component as server component. We can also pass server component as props to taint component, but we should not directly import it. Also, if we use the children also, the server component should not have any sensitive information. Then we can use this method to pass server component to client component. So these are about composition pattern. Next we see about edge and node runtime. So the default runtime is node runtime in Next.js, but we can change to edge runtime. So this change will happen when we want to really edge runtime, and also we have the supporting hosting for edge runtime, then we can switch. So how to switch means we can use the config, right, export taunts runtime method to edge in our file. So export taunt runtime method to node.js, then it will be switched automatically. So we can switch and do our work. So you can refer this documentation of what APIs are supporting in edge runtime. All these things you can refer this documentation. We have now completed the rendering part in Next.js. Now let us learn one route, that is useSearchParams. So this useSearchParam is a client side route. This will give the URL search params to our page. So this is a dynamic one because the URL search param will change over the URL. So this is a dynamic one, but we can use this route in two places, that is static rendering page and also in dynamic rendering page. So let's see one by one. So first I create a file. Usually we need to create a component inside the source folder, and inside the component we need to create file, but for time being I create a file directly in the app folder. So I name it as search params. So it is a client side route, so we need to use client and import the use search params from next/navigation. Then we need to define our function. And now we can use our route here. Now we can use all our search params properties here, get all and other properties we can use here. So I will use search, then I am logging this, then we are returning the search. Now we need to use this in the home page. Search params, and now we are using it with static rendering. So but this is a dynamic one, search param is a dynamic one. So what we need to do is we need to import a suspense from React, and we need to wrap our search params in the search params component inside the suspense. Because this is a dynamic one. Oh, I misspelled it. Now it's okay. The search param is a dynamic one, so it should be wrapped in suspense. The above all things are statically rendered, and inside the suspense this will be dynamically rendered. That means when we get the current search param until we show the fallback, and after getting the current search param the component will be rendered. So for this the console.log we put. So the console.log will not be rather on server when using static rendering. We can check this using production bundle, because for development purpose it will be shown again and again, but for production it will be shown directly. First let us see in the development. So I use the search. Oops. Now you can see a rule. Now it will be shown again and again, but it will be not rather on the server when statically rendered. When we navigate to pages, it will not be rathered, because we are using development server, that's why it will be rathering regularly. Next we can see this how to use the useSearchParams in dynamic page. So for this we need to remove the suspense and render the component as it is, but we need to make it as dynamic. So I am using segment on feed dynamic force dynamic. So this will make this route as dynamic. We will learn about the segment on feed later in this tutorial. So now we get again the same search param. Now we get console.log in the client side also, because this console.log will be logged on server during only the initial render, and on when navigation in the client side, the client will log when we navigate subsequently. So this will be logged only on initial render when we are using dynamic rendering, and in client side this will be logged when we navigate to many pages. So you can also see in development it will be shown again and again, but in production bundle it will be shown directly. So these are two methods we can use our search params. So one is static method and another is dynamic one. So static method we need to use suspense, and dynamic we need to use directly, and we need to make the route dynamic by route segment, the segment on feed. And in static method the console.log will not be shown on server, and in dynamic it will be shown on the initial render only, and it will be shown on the client side on subsequent navigation. So this route will use it to get our URL query params. Now we see another route which is useParams. So it is a client side route, so it will give our dynamic URL params. So I am in the user, and inside user ID and inside page.js. So we need to import it. Before we need to mark this component as useClient, and we can import it useParams. So it is simple only params, then we invoke it and we console.log params. So user/dynamic params, it will be logged user/. Now you can see the params user ID and the value. So this is we get the params in client side, and we already seen useSearchParams that we get the URL search query in client side, but in server side we already seen the page as two props, that is params and search params. So we can use this to get the two values, and layout as children and params prop. We can also use this to get the params value in layout. we have covered routing and rendering segment, but we missed two topics in routing, that is parallel route and another one is intercepting route, so which we will discuss later in this tutorial. Now we are moving forward to data fetching segment, data fetching section, that is we can fetch data. So we can fetch data in Next.js in client side and server side. We can use the default fetch method to fetch data. Also we can use any third-party libraries to fetch data. So first see the default fetch method in server side. So we need to create a function, so that is async function. So I create a function called get data, and inside the function we can fetch. So I created a server, so which will give this data as response. So the server is running in 8080 and our Next.js is running in 3000. So we need to use this URL, that is http localhost 8080. So and we can get our data here. I just console here. So now we need to call our function. So we need to use async. So now we can get our data. When I refresh the page, oh, some error happened. Yes, oh, we need to use return response.json. Now it's solved. So now we can get our data. So this is the data I am using here. So this fetch is extended by Next.js. So this fetch is cached and memoized. So when I again request, the same data will be returned. So for example, I change the data and save it, and again I refresh the page. Now you can see the same data is dot, because this data is saved in data cache. So if I use this, if I fetch the same URL anywhere in our application, I again take the same data. So how can we customize? Means we can use cache here and force cache, which is the default one. So we don't need to use this. So what else we can use? Means we can use no store. So this will not catch our fetch. So you can see our new data. So I again change some values here. So I just refresh and you can see the new data here. So this is fetch happens. So now we see how to revalidate our cache. So we can revalidate our cache using time-based revalidation and on-demand revalidation. So let's see one by one. Time-based revalidation, how to do means we need to pass a next object, and inside we need to use revalidate 60. So this is 60 seconds revalidation. So I just give 5. So after 5 seconds the fetch will be refreshed again. So let's see. So now we have this data. So I just change the data to 111 222 333. Then again I refresh. Now we get new data. So we are getting, yes, we are not getting the new data. So if I after 5 seconds I refresh, I am getting the new data. So why this happens? So you can see I change the data back to 3 2 1 So if I refresh, I again getting the same data, but after 5 seconds, now 5 seconds happened, so I refresh to only after 5 seconds, so but I am getting the same data. So now I again refresh, I get new data. So you need to understand that we are refreshing twice, because this time based revalidation will happen when we refresh before 5 seconds, previous data will come. So when we refresh after 5 seconds, then again previous data only come, but in background the new data is fetched and ready to serve. Again we refresh, we get new data. So you can see clearly in catching documentation and in time based, you can see here. So you can see in this diagram, so the fetch is 60 seconds, revalidate. So now we get the data from data source and we are setting the data. Now less than 60 seconds, we again call the fetch. Now we get the data from the catch. So now more than 60 seconds, now we again call the fetch. Now we are getting the same data, that is stale data. So now after after 60 seconds we are getting the same data, but on the same we are also revalidating the data. So now revalidation happened and we are eating the data. Now again we fetch means we get the new data. So we need to refresh our page twice, then only we can get the new data at the certain attempt. So this is how time based revalidation works. So on the other side we have a on demand revalidation. So in time based revalidation, if we have multiple fetch, then we have multiple revalidate, means in static rendering route, then the revalidate time as lowest one will be used for all fetch, but in the dynamic route the individual revalidate time is used. We can also use segment config to config our fetch time. So export taunts revalidate. The segment config we will discuss later in this tutorial. So if you use like this, then all fetch inside this route will have the same revalidate, that is 10 seconds. So now let us move on to on demand revalidation. So on demand revalidation can be done by tag and path. So first let us see tag. So we need to use next, and inside we need to use tags, and inside we have tag, whatever tag we can use, data, correction, like this. So this is tag. So this on demand revalidation will be fast, because if we get it by the, if we revalidate this tag, then immediately we get our data. So how to revalidate means, we can revalidate anywhere in our application, like in server action. We will see later about server action. We can also revalidate in route handler. So how to revalidate means, we need to import revalidate tag from nest/catch. Then we can revalidate our tag here, like this, data. So when this happens, revalidation again immediately happened. So we can also see example in this image. So you can see they are using the tags. So now first time the fetch happens and data from data source and it is set. Now we are revalidating the tag, and this purge will revalidate our data. So again we are fetching, means we again fetch from data source and we give the new data. So this is revalidation happens. So we don't need to refresh twice. So when we visit once, then new data will be dot. So another one is we have revalidate path. So revalidate path happens means we don't need to pass any next object here. So how revalidate path happens means, so we need to again import, right, revalidate tag, import revalidate path from next/catch. So how this works means it has two parameters, that is path and type. So the type is optional. We have page type and layout type. So for example, we revalidate tag, revalidate path, and we can use the path here, right, slash user slash 123. So this path will be revalidated. So this path fetch will be revalidated. So this is one method. So another one is using page. So for example, revalidate path. So now I am using the page. So user slash id dynamic one this is, and in the second parameter we need to use page. So this will revalidate the page under the route. So this will not revalidate pages behind this route. For example, this will revalidate slash user slash id, but it will not revalidate slash user slash id slash 1. So this will not revalidate routes under this route. So this will revalidate only this particular route of particular route page. So this is page happens, page works. So the next one is layout. So the layout is opposite to page. So again we are giving user slash id. Now we pass the second parameter as layout. Now this will validate this route also, and this will also validate the routes under this route. So like this will validate user slash id slash id slash name like this. So this will validate like any route under this. So this is layout will work. This is the difference between layout and page. So we can use like this to validate all our pages. So we need to use slash and we need to use layout. So this will validate all our pages because layout will validate all the things. So when we use slash, this will validate all our pages. So this is revalidate path and revalidate tag. So now how to cancel our catch. So how to opt out our catch means we can go to the documentation and we can see. So we can see here. So where it is. So yeah, yes, we can see here. Yeah. So these things we can do to cancel our catch. So we can use catch no store for individual fetch to cancel our catch, or we can use revalidate 0 to cancel our catch, or we can use fetch request inside route handler that use post method, or if you use header or cookies, then by default it is dynamic route and there will be no catch. So we are seeing in this rendering section. So or we can use our segment config methods, config options to make force dynamic, then it will be dynamic and no catch will be stored. So segment config we will see later in this tutorial. Also the fetch catch in segment config we can use to skip our fetch by default. We can use to skip catch to skip catch of fetch by default when we config the fetch catch. When we are using authentication or cookies, then it will be dynamic and there will be no catch. So this is to opt out catching. So how to fetch data in client side means we can use route and rel to fetch data in client side. So we already seen this. So I create a route called data inside API, and inside I create a route.js. So inside we need to use function export async function get. So now we can fetch our data here. Fetch await fetch data with response dot JSON. So now the fetch URL is, we already know, http local host 8080. Now we can return our response. Next response dot JSON data. So now we need to fetch this route and rel in our front end. That is, we need to use client. So inside use client we need to use effect. So this is basic data fetching. We already see, if we know about React. So we need to use a function and inside the function we are just using this, but the URL is /API/data, because we are using route and rel, and we are calling the fetch data function. That is, so now we can see in our client side the data will be console logged. Shows error. Oh, we need to remove this async. Now we can see our data. Again it shows here API/data. Let's check. API/data. Oh, it is not working, so let's figure out. Oh, I have created the data inside user, so we need to move this to under API. So now we have our data here. So now it is working correctly. Yes, we get our data. So we get our data. So this is about client side. So what happens if you are not using useRouter? Means we can directly fetch. So this is normal fetch, React fetch, like we already used it in React fetch. Local host 8080. So this is React fetch. Oh, local 8080. Oh, we need to use tals here, then only we can fetch our data. I am not using tals, so it will show tal error. So that is not a problem. So we can use import and use tals, and this problem is solved. So when we directly fetch any API inside our use client, like we do in React, then the thing we use like revalidate, that are not possible, because these are possible on server. So then only Next.js extends fetch. So this is normal fetch. So if we do this, means then our fetch will execute each time our component rendered. So that is the difference. So we have seen fetch on server and fetch on client using React, client using route handler, and also we have seen normal fetch like we done in React. So and the two methods remaining is third party library. So what this means we can use third parties to on server to fetch data, like they are using the catch from React. So they are wrapping the function inside catch, and they are using the db method and doing some operation. So when they call the get item many times, but only one request will be sent because they are wrapping in catch. So this is server side using third party, and also client side the third party we can use. There are many libraries there, that is React Query and SWR. So these libraries have their own memorization and revalidating caching mechanisms. So that's all about data fetching. Now we see what is route segment taunt feed. So by using route segment taunt feed, we can taunt feed a full page or layout or route handler. So what are the things available in route segment taunt feed means these 7 items we can use in route segment taunt feed. That is, we need to export the term. So we have dynamic params, revalidate, fetch, catch, runtime, preferred region, max duration. Mostly we will use the first 3 terms. So the first one is dynamic. So dynamic by the default value is auto, but we can configure this. When we use this at the top of the page or layout or route handler, then that page will become fully dynamic. So we need to use the option force dynamic or force static. It also has some additional options we will see later. So by doing this, the page or layout becomes dynamic, and the dynamic params. So it is default to true. So dynamic params means we will see in dynamic route, like the square.cat folder we use. So that is dynamic route. In that area we use dynamic params. So by default it is true, but when we use false, in the case we use generateStaticParams function in dynamic params page. So generateStaticParams will generate the pages we are returning at the build time, but when we give false means then it will generate, if we have a function means it will generate that pages around, and for dynamic routings other pages then dynamic the generateStaticParams, then it will throw 404 though. And the next one is revalidate. So we can set revalidate to false. By default it is false, or we can set any seconds like 60 or 100 or any seconds. It will revalidate our fetch, revalidate our data. And another one is fetch catch. So if we configure this fetch catch means then our default fetch will be configured, that is by default fetch is catched. So if we make any changes to this means then our fetch will behave differently. And the next one is runtime. So runtime by default it is Node.js. We can set to edge runtime, but mostly we will use Node.js. Based upon our specification and hosting we can choose edge runtime. And the preferred region is auto, and it is need to support in your, if you change any preferred region it need to support in your hosting. And the last one is max duration. So it is, we don't config max duration. If we config means it will be taken by our hosting, and if the hosting supports means then it will give maximum duration for our request. So let us see what are the other options we have. So in the dots they have all the options and what options we need to use, and what these options will affect other parameters. So all these things are given in the dots. You can refer the dots. So in max duration they told, right, by default Next.js does not limit the execution of server side logic. Deployment platform can use max duration from Next.js build output to add specific execution limit. This is I told you. And in the dynamic param section you can see false. So dynamic segments not included in generateStaticParams will return a 404. This is I told. And this is fetch catch. This is advanced one. So you can read what are the options they have, but taintObjectReference only if you want to really change the behavior of fetch. Then dynamic one, it has force dynamic, error, force static, all things are in the documents. I have given the basic details about route segment taintObjectReference. You can refer dots to learn more about other options like error or other options like fetch catch, other options. All these things you can learn in the dots. Now we see what are the data fetching patterns we have in Next.js. So I am going to use dots for this tutorial, so you can also skip this tutorial and directly go to and read the dots also. So we have fetching data on server, so which is we already seen. So that is, and we have streaming, so which is also we already seen. We need to use suspense. Then we have parallel and sequential data fetching, so which is a new one to us. So what is sequential data fetching means? So see example. So in the page they are running a await, and this is sequential one, and after this they run a suspense, and inside they render a component, and in the component they again run a function, and which is a async function. Then so and finally we get the list. So what we understand means, so first this function will run and it will wait for the function to complete, and after only we get our data. Then so that they are putting this in a suspense because it is waiting. So in that time we show the loading state, and after the playlist component will run, and it also have async function. So our return may be have some delay. So this is sequential data fetching. So one after one the async function will run. So this is sequential data fetching. So then the next one is parallel data fetching. So in the example they run the function one by one without await function, and finally they resort all the promises to the as an array and they destructure it. So this is parallel data fetching because they run the function one by one. We don't have await, so it will run one after one, and finally we use await and catch and resort our promise. So this is parallel data fetching. And what else we have means, we have preloading data. So preloading data, in this example they have a function and a component. So in the function they run a async function, but they used void before the function. So what this means, they give the reference range. So void operator returns undefined when evaluating a expression. So you can see, so in the output the output is undefined, and in this console the value is some directory, but they are using void, but void evaluates the expression. So it is one is a expression, so the output of output is undefined, and this function will execute and its value is this, and this function also will execute and the value is console or this function executed. But when trying to run this try or catch, this function is not defined because this we using void here, so it will become undefined. So this function is not means then the catch block will execute. You can see in the run test function is not defined, but when we remove the void, now test function executed. So this is void useRead evaluates the expression. So in this area the void evaluates our function. So we preloaded the function like this. So the context is we preloaded. So and the component item will again await and run our function. So by doing this we fastly execute our async function. And finally in page they are importing the components, and first they running the preload function because it has our void. So now it is preloaded. Now the get item is preloaded because we have void before it, and finally we invoke our we use our item component, and it have the await get item. So it will fastly get our get item function. So this is preloading data. So they are also using catch and server only and preload pattern. So catch is we already seen, where we are not able to use fetch, we can use catch function from React. So the same is happening. They are preloading the get item by using void, and they are wrapping catch here. So the same happening. So this is on another new thing to us, that is taintObjectReference and taintUniqueValue. So this is an experimental feature. So we need to available make available this by next config. So we need to use this object to make experimental feature available for taint, and we are importing it from React. And for experimental underscore taintObjectReference we need to pass the error message and the object. So this error message and object, when we pass this object to client side, then it will show an error. So you can see that under client component, so they are running the get user data, so which is this function, so and returning the data. So we pass the data to our taintObjectReference. So they are passing the data to client side. So this will cause an error. So the syntax is error message and the object we avoid to passing client component. So this is an object, and taintUniqueValue. So this will prevent any unique value that should not be passed to client side. So they are also passing user data phone number. So this is a unique value. This is also show an error. So for this syntax is the error message and the lifetime and the unique value. So what is lifetime means? Lifetime basically object. So this object, so this value will depend on some object. So that object is the lifetime we need to pass. So until the data object is available, this data.phone number will not go into the client component. So the lifetime should be an object. So the object should be, we get value here that should be passed as the lifetime. So for when we pass global this, then the value should be available until our application closes. So you can also refer this in the React documentation. So that's all about data fetching pattern. We now see what is server action in Next.js. So before seeing it, we should see some basic things which we already seen. So we can use client component in server, but we can't use server component in client, and we can pass our server component to client as prop or children. So how we do means, in a page or a layout which is a server, then we import both client and server component, then we pass our server component to client as prop or uh, children to the train component. So before doing this, we should be aware that we don't have any sensitive information in server, because that will be used in client when we pass server component to client. We also use server only package to prevent any import of server component into client. So we just refresh these things. Now we see what is server action. So we are passing props from one component to another, like client to client or server to server or server to client, but we should not use client to server, because when we use client to server, we are importing the client component. Then only we can render the client component inside, render the server component in the inside client, and we can pass props, but we will not use that. So client to server we will not use. So other three options are there, that is client to client. So when we pass any props to client, it is normal, it is basic React. We can pass serializable values like string, integer, objects, anything we can pass, and non-serializable values like functions also we can pass. In the same as server, we can also pass any data between server component and server component. But when we pass data from server component to client component, it should be serializable, that string, the integer, object, that things. But functions we are not able to pass from server component to client component. We can see what error we get. So this is the server component and this is client component. So we create a function here, data function, and inside the function we just console log some value. Now we import our client component, that is header. Now we pass our data function to client component. So we use effect to run this function. So now we save. Now we see our page. We are getting a error. What error means? I already told that we can't pass it directly to client component unless you explicitly mark it as use server. So this is where server action comes in place. So we need to use server. So server actions are basically asynchronous function that are executed on the server, but we can use server actions in server and client components. We mostly use server actions in form submissions, or we can use in non-form elements like use effect, because basically it is a function, so we can use anywhere in our application. Also we can mutate data in server action. So to create server action there are two ways, that is we create a file and inside the file we have the server action, or we can directly create inside our server component. So let's see one by one. So first I create inside the server component. So we need to use async function data function, and inside we need to use server, and inside we are console the same thing, data. Now we are passing this function. Now we see what happens. Now everything works fine. Now just see the console log, it is server action, it will execute in server. So we can see the value here. So now we can pass functions from server to client component. So this is function method. So we can directly use server in separate file. So I just remove this. Then we create a file called actions under component, and inside we use modular our use server. And again same thing, we need to create a async function, data function, and inside we console log the data. Now we need to import it. Now we can pass successfully. Now we can see we are getting the data. So these are two ways we can use server action, and we can also pass we can use server action to submit form submissions. So how we can do means, first we need to see the behavior of server action. So let's see the docs. So server action can be used in form submission inside the action attribute, and then we can directly submit form inside server component even if the JavaScript is not loaded. So this one advantage server action has. If we disable the client side JavaScript, the form will be submitted. In client side there will be a queue submissions if JavaScript is not loaded yet. And we can also use server actions inside form, use effect, and other libraries or other nested elements inside form like button. And server action is cached. So when we invoke the action, Next.js will return the updated UI and the new data in a single server round trip. And behind the scenes, server action use post method. So this is the only method it used to send data, and the value is be serialized. The return value of server action will be serialized, and we can use anywhere in our application. And we can also use route segment config. So let's see example of server action. Now we create a basic setup. So I just remove these things. So inside we create a function level server action, create use server, and we just create a basic form, and inside the form we have some input type text, name, input 1, and inside we have input text, name, input 2, and we have a button, submit, type submit, and inside the action we need to pass our server action, that is create. Now when we use server action inside form, we get the form data prop. So we can use the form data to get our values from our form, right? For example, data equal to input 1, then we can use form data dot get. We need to use the key, that is name. So input 1 and input 2 form data dot get input 2, right? We can do whatever we want. So we get all the values of our form by form data. So this is how we use server action. Then we can also pass argument to server action. So how we do means, so for example if we are importing a server action, so let's consider we have already a server action called create from components/actions. Then how we need to proceed means, we need to use the bind method. So inside we need to use bind method. So updated create. So we need to use our server action, that is a function dot bind. Then we are not going to pass any this argument, so which will be used inside the function to target the values, but we are not using here, so we use null. And the argument we are going to pass, so if you have any id or a name, we can pass here. And we need to use this updated create inside our server action, inside our action attribute. Now finally in our actions we need to get the value. So the value we passed is id and name. So id, name, then our form data, usual form data. So this is how we pass parameter to server action. So we can avoid errors in server action by wrapping it with try catch. So try catch. So inside the catch we can do our error handling, and inside the try we can set what this function will do, or we can mutate our data using revalidate tag. Like that we can mutate our data. Also we have three things, three routes we can use with server action, that is use form status, and another one is use form state, and another one is use optimistic. So these three things you can refer in dots because they have good documentation in Next.js server action. So you can see in the example they are using the use form status and use form state. All these things they have examples, you can refer the dots. Then what another thing we can use server action means, we can use in event handlers. So for example in this example under the taint component they are importing to server action, and inside the form they are using the text area and the on change. So inside the on change they are passing a server action, they are creating a server action, that is async and the event and await save draft. So this is the server action and this is also a server action. So we can use our server action like this inside event handlers, or we can use inside use effect. We already seen that inside we are using use effect. So and we can use try catch. So I already told we can use mutate data, we can do mutation using server action like revalidate tag or revalidate path, like that. They also have some additional examples like setting cookies and the security authorization, process and encryption, and allowed origins. So all these things they have examples, you can refer these additional things, but the main concept is I told in the tutorial, that is main concept about server action. We can pass functions from server to taint component using server action. So this is the main component. So main thing why we are doing server action means because we can't directly pass function because it is not a serializable one when we pass from server to client. So we use server action to make our thing works properly. Now we see about what are the styling options we have in Next.js. So we have CSS module and tailwind, CSS in JS, Sass. So I am going to go through these two methods, that is CSS module and Sass. You can refer other methods like tailwind and CSS in JS in dots. So first let's see CSS modules. So in our directory we have page.module.css. so this is a CSS module. So if you are already familiar with React, we use CSS module. So the syntax is name.module.css. so I use any style like heading, and inside the heading I use thorough blue. Now we need to import this in our file. So we need to import styles from page.module.css. Now we can use the class name as styles.heading. Now we can see the color is changed to blue. So this is how CSS module works. So this is the basic of CSS module, and we have a normal CSS file, that is global CSS. So in the global CSS we can use anything like font size, rem, and we can import the global CSS in layout or any places we want, but usually we use global CSS in layout. We can see the heading is bigger than before. So this is basic CSS, and we have another option, that is Sass. So to use Sass we need to install the Sass in our file. So I already installed. If you are not installed means you can install the Sass. So Next.js provides inbuilt Sass compiler, so we don't need to use any watch Sass like that. We can also use watch Sass and create our separate CSS files, and we can import those separate CSS files in our application. So if you use directly Sass means then we will not generate any CSS files in our file location, but in the build time it will generate the CSS. So let us create a file like home.module.scss, and inside I have para pint. So now we import this in our, I just remove this page. Now we import this in our page, styles from home.module. Now we create a para, so this is Sass module. So we are using Sass modules. So now we can see that our palette of color is changed to pink. So this is how Sass works, and we don't have any CSS file. We can also watch Sass and generate the CSS file right here, but in the build we have some CSS file. So, and another option we have is we can configure where to see Sass files in Next.js. includes our own file location. So let's see. So this is the thing we need to use. So in nest config, so we included this. So the server, we need to restart again. Need to use path. Now we restart. So then what this means then we should create a styles folder under our Next.js tutorial, styles, and inside the styles we have SAS file, that is variables, and we have a variable primary, and the color is blue. Now in our home.module we can import the primary at import. So we can import the variables and we can use our primary color here. So you can see the color is changed to blue because we are using blue here. So what the configuration means, we are seeing the at import statements inside the style folder also. So that is the basic one. So we can also create, I just move this under our app, and this is also worth. So what this means we are also seeing SAS files under the styles folder to import. So that is the configuration. If we change the path means, if we want under the app means, we can change the directory and inside we can go to app and we can create style folder under app. So this will look under styles folder also includes our own directory for import statements in SAS. We can also use partials to ignore compiler the compiler to create CSS file. So that's our SAS thing. So this is basic about styling in Next.js. You can refer Tailwind or CSS in JS in dots. Now we see how caching works in Next.js. You can follow this video or you can directly go to dots and read this documentation. So there are 4 mechanisms in Next.js, that is reverse memoization, data cache, full route cache, router cache, but it is not a caching, it is a memoization, but they are also included this. So what reverse memoization do means, it will return values of function, it will catch the return values of function, and data cache, it will catch the data, and full route cache, it will do HTML and RSC payload, and router cache, it is browser cache, that is it will have RSC payload, and these 3 are server one and this one is client one. So the purpose is memoization will reduce the call to the server, and data cache will store our all fetch data, and full route cache will reduce the rendering task, and router cache will help for navigation in browser. So let's see one by one. First let's see the reverse memoization. So React extends fetch. So memoization happens in fetch. So reverse memoization React extends, and data cache Next.js extends fetch. So for reverse memoization React extends fetch. So how this happen means, we have our application, the API call, that is A, B, B, BCR, and many repeated API calls, but finally these are the all request, and finally we thaw only 3 requests A, B, C, because when first A is thawed, A will thaw, and B is thawed, B is thawed, and again B means it will not thaw again, it will use the memorization value. When C is thawed, C is thawed. So this is how request memorization works. So if we don't have the place to use fetch, means we can use catch from React to memorize the value. So you can see in this diagram, the fetch is starting. First time it is miss, and it is go to data and set, and the next times it will not reach the data set, it will use the memorization value it you can see in the image. So this will applies only to get method in fetch, and it will apply only to React component 3. It will does not apply to route handler, because route handler is not part of the React. So fetch is suitable for fetch request memorization suitable for React component 3. Then duration of the catch, it will lifetime of the server request until React component 3 has finished rendering. So for the build time only it will be catched, and revalidation when the memorization is not shared across server request only applies during rendering. There is no need to revalidate it. It will apply only when the build time is happening. To OPT out, we need to use signal from a new about controller, and we can pass this signal to fetch. So next we see data catch. So data catch is the fetch is extended by Next.js. You can see Next.js extends fetch. So that is data catch. So data catch we can catch by using catch or revalidate, Next.revalidate to catch again. So how this works means, so when we fetch, then it will miss the request memorization, and it will again not in the catch, and finally it will reach data source, and finally it will set in the data catch and set in the memorization. And when we pass no catch no store, means catch no store, then it will miss, and data catch it will skip, and finally it will reach data source again, and finally it will set. It will not set in the data catch because we are setting catch no store. You can see both the cases the memorization happens. So memorization happens in both the cases, when we are not using data catch or when we are using data catch. So to revalidate, we already seen this time based revalidation and on demand revalidation. So time based revalidation, so when we pass a revalidate time, so it is before the revalidate time, then we miss and we it and we set, and again we are fetching, means then we don't go to data source, we take the data from data catch itself. But when the time is more than 60 seconds, then we again go to data catch only, because for the first time after the 60 seconds we get our stale data and we send the stale data to as response, and in the same time we also revalidating and we go to data source and set. So again when we fetch, means then in that time we get the new data, so we need to refresh twice to get new data in time based revalidation. But in on demand revalidation it is faster. So first time we are using the tags revalidate tag, so first time the fetch happen, it miss and it and set, and if we are using revalidate, then it will purge, so it will fetch the data so for the next time. So again we are fetch the same thing, and now it will not give any stale data, so it will give the new data and hit the data source and set it. So this is on demand revalidation, it will give immediate data when we fetch. So to OPT out we can use catch no store, or using dynamic function we can use. Now full route catch. So full route catch will catch our full application routes. So you can see in this diagram. So when we visit a link, then it will miss the full route catch and it will render, and if you have any fetch means it will go and data and collect the data, and finally it will return the RSC payload, and from that it will get the HTML, because we see full route catch as HTML and RSC payload. So and finally iteration, all the things happen. So basic catching, that is full route catch. So all our routes are fully catched. We can see the full route catching, static and dynamic rendering in detail. So this is the initial visit and this is subsequent visit. So this is static rendering, this is dynamic rendering. So for the first time it will go to full route catch and set for static rendering, and for dynamic rendering the full route catch is stripped and it will go to data set and fetch the data and it is set. So we are setting this in router catch. So router catch is a browser catch. We will see that in the next part. So next, after subsequent navigation, we are visiting the same link, means we don't go to full route catch, because full route catch is done when the build time, and finally it will give the catch to router catch. So that is they are setting here, and after subsequent navigation we get the data from router catch itself. So duration, it will this render output and catch to user. So it will invalidate only when we redeploy our application, or we can not, we are revalidating the data catch, means then it will again revalidate our components, and finally it will set new full route catch. So when we redeploy and when we revalidate our data catch. So to opt out means we can use dynamic function, or we can opt out the data catch. So this next one is router catch. So router catch is a client side catch. So router catch stores RSC payload in browser for a user navigation, while full route catch only catches statically rendered route. The router catch applies to both static and dynamic rendered route, because you can see in full route catch the static rendering catch is stored, but dynamic rendering we stripped the catch, but in router catch we store both the static and dynamic rendering. So this is initial visit and this is subsequent visit and this is catched visit. So you can see when we visit a link, then it will have the layout and the A page length, but it is miss and go to full route catch and set both layout and A. So when we visit B length, now it will partially it, because we have the layout, so layout is catched, but B length is not catched. So the B length is went to full route catch and finally it is set. Now again when we visit A, now we have all the things, right, layout and A length, B length. So all the things are come from router catch. So the duration is, it is section time. So when we refresh the page, then it will automatically refresh the catch, and also it has some invalidation period, that is for dynamic rendering 30 seconds and static rendering 5 minutes. But when we use prefetch through or router.prefetch in dynamic rendering, then we can set the time to 5 minutes. So we can also revalidate this by, that is invalidation, by in server action we can use revalidate data by using revalidate path or revalidate tag, or we are setting cookies, then it will become dynamic. And if we use router.refresh, then we will invalidate our router catch and make a new request to the server. To opt out means it is not fully to opt out, because we need this catch for substitute navigation, like front and back for navigation, and if you are already visited route means, if you again visit means it will be faster when we have router cache. So we can use server action to revalidate our data, and it will again set our router cache, or we can use cookies, then it will invalidate the router cache to prevent routes that use cookies from becoming stale, or we can use refresh or router.refresh. So it is not possible to opt out the cache. So they have given the API links for how to set the cache and revalidate for all the four mechanisms like router cache, full route cache, data cache, and react cache, that is fetch, memorization. So you can use these things to revalidate, or you can remove the cache. All these things you can use these APIs, which we already seen, like router.prefetch and normal fetch and route segment on feed, revalidate, all the things. So these are the basics about caching. You can also refer the dots for more details. So these are the things they are given, like revalidate path and fetch options, which we are already seen in previous sections. So if you want to more learn about caching means, you can detailedly learn in the documentation. Now we are going to see about Next.js building components like images, fonts, scripts, metadata, like that. So now we see images. So we can also use our normal images, but Next.js provides an image component which has some additional functionality for our image. So we need to import the image from next/image. So now we can use our image like normal image tag. So it has a source and alt text. So for the source, I have public folder, some image, and in the source I have some asset. So first let us try to import the asset. So import next image from assets slash valc.svg. So now we use the next image. So when we import like this, the static import, we don't need to specify width and height. So the width and height are automatic. So let us see this. So now we see our image rendered successfully. So how to use images in public folder means, then we need to use slash and our image. So I use next.svg, next.svg. But in public folder we need to use width and height. So I just give width 300 and height 300. Now we can see our image next.js. So how to use remote images? So first we get a remote URL. I go to pixel, which is a images website we can use. So I copy image address. Now we paste the address here. So to use remote image, we need to configure some nest config. So go to nest.config.js, and inside that we need to do some configuration, that is images, which is a object, and remote patterns, and we need to pass array like the object. So first the protocol, which is HTTPS, and the next one is host name. So we are using the host images.pixel.com. So I just copy and use here. So now our remote image configuration is completed. We need to use width and height for remote images. So now let us see our image. I just refresh. So I just save and refresh. Now we can see our image here. So when I see the image URL in Tensor, you can see some random URLs, and if you give the proper image means, then you can see many source set. So what these source set means, these source set will be used for responsive images. If you give small image means, then this source set will not be generated. If you give the correct sized image, then these source sets are automatically generated by Next.js. So that's why we are using image component, but the URL is different. So how we can change our URL means, we need to use a loader function. So for loader function, we need to use taint, and we need to create a component. Sorry, not component, we need to create a function, image loader, which will have source, width and quality. Then we need to return our source itself. So we can modify what our URL string by the return statement. So I just return the source. We can also change like this, source and then width equal to our width and quality equal to our quality, or we can, if not quality is not available, or we can use like this. So we need to use this under the component, and we need to pass the loader function as loader and image loader. So now you can see our image URLs, and our image URL is what we have pasted in this area. So now the problem is solved. But when we are not using the remote URL, when we are going to use our public folder image means, we can directly use the same thing, right? We can return the source itself, or we can also return the source with like this. So it will not suffer, right? You can see the URL is common, or we can also return our domain name itself, localhost 3000, like this. So it will also okay. But when we import our static image, then there is something different. So I just show to you next image. So I just console.log the image, console.log the source. So now you can see still our URL will be different, and you can see in the console.log I just refresh, and you can see in the console.log the URL is this only. So we can't change anything. So we can return our source directly, or we can do like this. We can also do HTTP. We can also put our domain here, so it will not do anything. So our imported asset will look like this. So our imported asset will look like this only. So this loader function will be helpful when we have external URLs. So this is one type of loader, and another one is we can directly configure our loader inside Next.js. So we need to create each time a loader function for image, but when we create a loader.js file under our root folder, and in Next.config we need to configure something like under images we need to use loader, and we need to use custom, and loader file we need to use loader.js. And inside the loader we just use the same use client, and we can use the same thing inside the loader. And what else we can have in image means we have a prop called priority. What this priority means, it will be helpful for largest contentful paint. So when we use priority for a particular image, that image will be loaded first, and for that particular image lazy loading will be off and prefetch will be happen, because when we have a image that is above the fold means then that image should be loaded fastly. If you have a bigger image above the fold, then if you use priority, then that image will be loaded fastly. So that is priority. And we have unoptimized prop. So by default it is false. So when we use this, our original image will be used, that is our source will be directly used without changing any quality or size or any format, because Next.js will change our image quality according to network speed and sizes of our browser. But when we use unoptimized, it will use direct image to the user. And we have another thing, that is placeholder. So this placeholder have three values, that is empty. By default it is empty, so it will show a empty blank space in the placeholder. And another one is blur. So when we use blur, then there will be a blur image for the placeholder. For static import, the blur data URL will be automatically populated. So what is blur data URL means, we need to pass another thing, that is blur data URL. This will be used as placeholder for the blur image. This will be the blur image that will be used as placeholder for this image. But when we use blur for the static import like this, then the blur data URL will be automatically populated. So we don't need to use this. But when we use external images, then we need to pass our blur data URL, and we need to pass the placeholder image. So blur data URL, we need to use the blur image. So that should be 10 pixel minimum image and size. Then only our image, that minimum image only expanded and should look like a blur image. So for external image we need to use blur and blur data URL, and inside this we need to use minimum size image like 10 pixel image. For static input we just use placeholder blur only, don't need to use blur data URL. And we can also, another thing, we have data URL, that is data to an image slash something will come. So this, when we use this type of placeholder, then this image will be directly used as placeholder. So these are the three ways we can use placeholder in image component. Also other things are available in image component like fill and sizes or other things that you can refer in the documentation of the image component. So image component have some other props like fill and other things, so you can refer in the documentation. That's all about image component. Now we see how we can use font in our Next.js. So first we need to import the font. So there are many fonts available, so I just import the inter font from next/font/doodle. Then we need to create an instance. So I just create here inter, and we need to pass some options like subsets, Latin, then display, swap. Now we can use our inter font in our document. So I just directly go to HTML and use the font class name. So how we can use means we need to use this inter dot class name. So by this our whole HTML is using the inter font. So I just save, and we can see now the font is changed. So Next.js hosts the font in our application. So when we first time install the font, then it will be directly hosted in our application, that is self-hosted. So we are not giving any other request to Doodle, like we are importing from Doodle. So we are not any request due to Doodle after the font is downloaded to our application. So this inter font is a variable font. So you can find many variable fonts in Doodle fonts itself. So this inter font is a variable font. Why we are using variable font means the weight of the font will be adjustable. If you are not using variable font, then if you use any other font like Roboto, then we need to specify the weight, and inside we need to pass what are the weights we are importing, like 400, 700, like that. So we can also give styles like italic, normal, bold, like that, like style, normal, italic, like that in the inter font. So I just again change to inter. Next, if you are using a font which have two words like Roboto, Mono, then how we can import means we need to use underscore, like Roboto underscore Mono, like this we need to use import. So now see how we can create a CSS variable using this font. So first I just remove these things. So we need to use the variable word variable, and we need to give the name to the variable underscore font hyphen inter. Now we need to go to our HTML, because under the HTML we are going to use the variable. So we need to pass this variable name. So inter dot variable. So we need to pass this variable name under class, inside the class. Now in our CSS, so I can use the font family and the variable we are using font inter. Like this we can use variable names in our application. So first we need to create a variable and we need to pass the variable in HTML inside class, and finally we can use our variable in our CSS files. So next one is how we can use local fonts in our application. So first we need to download a Rotor font, but now I have no Rotor font, so I just show how this works. So first we need to import Rotor font from next/font/Rotor. Now we need to again create a instance Rotor font. Now we need to provide the source, that is the downloaded file, right? We need to provide the path like this, and after we need to use the display swap. Now the Rotor font is ready, and again same we need to provide this under class name, like Rotor font dot where Rotor font dot class name, we need to provide this under class name. So this is how we import and use Rotor font. Also when we are creating this instance, we are calling the font again and again. So if I am calling this in layout, then one instance of this created, and again if I am creating the same inter font inside the page, then again two instances created. So two times our font will be hosted in our application. So this is not a good practice. So how we can solve means, the common font we can call in the layout, or we can create a fonts file. Then in that place we create what fonts we need and just import this font. Like I created this and I need to export this font, like export fonts inter, and finally I need to import where I need the font and I can use. So by using this method, the font is created in only one place. So only one font is hosted in our application, and we are exporting the font and import and use where we want. So this is about fonts. So for more information you can refer documents anytime you want. Now we see about scripts in Next.js. So first we import the script from next/script. Now we can use the script directly in our return. So just it's look like a normal script, and we need a source. So we need a source, and finally the script will execute. So if you have a script, external script for our application, then we can directly put in our route layout, or if you want to execute for a particular route, then we can use the script inside our route like this. So this is script, and this script have some strategies, right? The strategy prop. The script have some strategies. So I just first import the script. So what are the strategies this script have? So the first one is before interactive. So what this means, this strategy will load the script before any Next.js code and before any page iteration author. So before anything happens, the script will load. So and after we have after interactive. So this is the default one. So load the script earlier but after some iteration on the page author. So it will load the script earlier but after some iteration authors only in our page. So the third one is lazy on load. So this load the script later during our browser idle time. So the first one is before interactive, which will load the script before any Next.js code or any iteration. Second one is after interactive, which is default one, that will load the script earlier but after some iteration on our page. And the last one is lazy on load, which load the script later during browser idle time. And there is one experimental strategy that is Walther, which we need to enable in Next.config. This is a experimental one. So this will load the script in web Walther. So these are the 4 strategies we have in script, and we also have inline script. So we are using source, but we also have inline script. So for inline script we need to use id. So because Next.js will use this id to optimize the script. So under the script we need to use curly braces and we need to use the template reads. So I just console log. Hello, now I save. Now we can see in our application hello is there. So this is inline script. So also we have event handlers in our script. So to use event handlers we need to use client. So what are the event handlers we have? So we have onload. So we need to use a function loaded. So this will load, this onload will execute after script has finished loading. And another one is onReady. So this onReady will execute after script has finished loading and every time the component is mounted. So onload will execute only once after our script finished, but onReady will execute each time our component is mounted and also after our script is finished. And finally onError. So this will load our script. This will load this function when our script is not loaded, when our script is failed to load. So these 3 event handlers we have in script. Also we need to consider that onload should not be used with before interactive. So we need to use onReady instead. Why means because after loading the script onload will execute, but before interactive will load load the script before the Next.js code. So these two will crash. So we can't use onload with before interactive. So we need to use onReady, because onReady will each time run after the component mount. And we should not use onError with before interactive, the same, because before interactive will run before any code. So onError we should not use with before interactive, and onload also we should not use with before interactive. So this is all about scripts. Now we see about metadata in Next.js. There are many things you can do in metadata, but I will give a basic idea. So there are 2 types we can implement metadata, that is configure based and another one is file based. So configure based means we use metadata object or dynamic generate metadata function in any page or layout, and file based means we directly add the file in our source folder. So let's see one by one. So first we need to see the metadata object. So it is simple object, so we need to export the object and meta, and the name is metadata. So inside we give all our metadata like title, description, Next.js project, then description, all things we can give here. So let's see. So I just refresh. So now you can see Next.js project is our title. So this is the basic metadata object, and how we can add open graph image to our project. So to do this, first I will show the file based one because it is easy one. So we need to use the file name as open graph -image. So I have a image, OG image in public. I just copy this image and put in the app folder. Now we need to rename this because the syntax is open graph -image. That's all. Now let's see our application. So I just open the elements, and inside the head you can see we have the OG image. For Twitter tags it uses the same thing, but we can define, so we need to use Twitter-image. So this is easily we can implement open graph image and Twitter image in Next.js. The format will be .jpg or png or gif files. So open graph -image, Twitter-image, and you can see in the console there is a warning that is metadata base is not set. So this is the base URL we need to set for all our reference URLs like image or any alternates like this. So let's set this. So we need to set metadata base, and inside we need to create a new URL object, and we just pass our domain localhost 3000. Now the error is done. So, and what else we can do means we can give alternatives, and inside we can pass denominator as slash. So if I pass this slash means then it will refer the metadatabase URL. So our this URL will come here. Also we can pass languages inside the also we can pass languages inside denominator. Also we can pass language inside alternatives. All things we can do. So let's see in our elements. So I just refresh, and inside the head we can find the denominator, linked denominator, and our domain. So you can see this is the file based open graph, but we can also give configure based to open graph. So the file based will override our configure based. So I just delete this. So I give the open graph by configure basis. So we need to use open graph, and inside we need to use images, and we can pass the image. So I am using the image from public folder. So the name is og-image.jpg. So now you can see our image is changed. So og-image. So this is configure based open graph. And what are the other open graph things we have means you can refer document. So but for time being I just give some important things like title and description and URL, and then site name, then type like website, article, like that. So all things we have, and the same we can have our Twitter tags. So the syntax is Twitter, and inside the same we need to use third for Twitter tag, and title, and same description and some specific things for Twitter thoughts like creator and images like this. So you can refer documentation for these things. So and next we are going to see about rewrite of our metadata. So now I am defining these things in layout. So this will be common for all our pages. So if I go to a route and if I create a metadata object here, then inside this route I give separate title and description, and I give separate open graph tags. So when coming to this route, the previous one is overwritten. For example, the title and description is overwritten, and inside the inside the open graph tag, if I use title means that will be overwritten, and but if I did not use description, then it will be get from our parent, that is layout. So this is overriding happens in metadata, and we have now seen only the metadata object, but we have a dynamic function that is generate metadata. So export function generate metadata. So this function is used for dynamic purpose, but we should not use both the things at the same file. So I just command this. Also these two metadata things will use only in server component, so we should not use these two things in client component. So these the generate metadata can be used for dynamic metadata, like if we have any product, then we can get the ID from dynamic route and we can fetch that particular product image like that. So for this fetching purpose we can mark this as async, and for the dynamic params we have some parameters that, like this generate metadata function will have params and search params, and the another one is parent. So what this parent mean? The parent metadata. So you can see clearly in documentation. So in generate metadata file, generate metadata, so you can see this parent, they are is a async object. So this parent is a promise, so they are resolving the promise with await, and they are getting the open graph image. So if no image means the image, the variable values empty array, and finally they are using the returning the image with our current open graph images. So the parent is a promise of resolved metadata from parent route segment. So this parent is a parent route segment metadata. So if you have any layout or any other pages, then the parent can be used for the child to get the parent value, but we should not use directly in the layout because there is no parent for this one. So this is generate metadata. We can use this for dynamic fetching. Now we see configure based options like robots.txt, sitemap and manifest. So they are given the things like robots. So this is configure based. So inside metadata we just use robots, like we already used open graph, and we can pass the values. And they also have sitemap, where it is so let's leave that for now. So what others where they have means they have manifest and they have Twitter, which we already seen. What are the values you can refer here? So check if they have a sitemap for config method, so this is file based one, so I think they did not have sitemap, but I have somewhere seen the sitemap for config based. So let us check once again. Oh, they have separate function for sitemap. So they have separate function for sitemap. So using this we can use the configure based metadata. So also we can generate our opengraph image using image response constructor. So for this generate image metadata, right? So you can see the image response. So they are using the image response constructor to generate a image, like small image. So you all many things are available in documentation, you can refer. And now we see about file based configuration. So we now seen robots and sitemap with configure based, but we have file based configuration, like in the file, in metadata files you can see robots.txt. so we write opengraph image, we need to create a robots.txt file, and inside we can use this. So we can also directly return some robots.txt in robots.js file. So there are many options available, like the sitemap. We can use sitemap.xml, which is direct file based. Also they are generating it with JS file, and the same for manifest.json. so these are file based one. And now we see some JSON-LD. so what this means, these are schema markup. So where it is, so JSON-LD, so these are schema markup which are used to show our website nicely to nicely for rich content in Doodle. So to implement JSON-LD we need to use this type of syntax, right? We need to use JSON-LD, create a JSON-LD object, and finally we need to return this with a script. So like this we need to do. And another one we have is, we have some generateViewport and generateViewport things, like the metadata and generateMetadata. We have viewport and generateViewport. so we need to export the viewport object, and inside we have many options. For now I just show the black theme color to black, and the same we have export function generateViewport. so the same, we should not use both at once. So this function will have the value of params, prop of param, and we need to return that return the particular thing, like we did return in our generate metadata function. So I just command this and also command this. So now we go and see our theme. Theme color black. So yes, meta name theme color black. So this is how. So we can also refer the viewport and the generateViewport methods here. So this is viewport and this is generateViewport. So they have many options, like media, based upon the media the color will change, and all things you can refer, and the initial with all things you can refer in documentation. So this is the basic idea about metadata in Next.js. Now we see about lazy loading of train component in Next.js. So this lazy loading method will work for train components only. So we have two options, that is dynamic imports which Next.js provide from Next/dynamic, and we already know this React.lazy when you already learn React with suspense. So this is we not see now. So this is, you can refer the React documentation. So for now we see dynamic imports. So we need to import dynamic from Next/dynamic, and these are client components. So they are wrapping the dynamic and using the dynamic import type, and they are importing the client components. So these are client components, and finally they are using the components in the return, and this will load immediately but in a separate client bundle, and this will load on demand only when the condition is true, and finally this will load only on client side because this dynamic has a object of SSR false. This what SSR means, this is server side rendering. So we don't have any option in React Lazy like SSR, but in dynamic we have the option of SSR to false. So what this means, when using React Lazy and suspense, client components will be pre-rendered by default, but this pre-rendering can be cancelled when we are using dynamic and set to SSR to false. So this is they are mentioning, and when we import a server component by dynamic, then only the children or any nested client components will be lazy loaded, not the server component. And we can use the import to load external scripts. So they load the fuse.js, and this import will return a promise, so they used await, and finally they imported by default, and they are importing external libraries. So we can add a custom loading to our imports, like we are in React Lazy we use suspense. So now we use a object, and inside we have loading, and the loading as a function, and it will return the loading statement. That is where we use loading. So by passing this loading object, we show a loading state for our component, and we are importing only named components, named exports, but we are importing only default exports. So how we can import named exports? Then we need to dot then, and we need to make this as a default one. So this is a client component, because we can use only client components here, because client components only lazy loading work, and they are using the dynamic, and this is a dynamic import, but this is a named export, it is not default one. So we need to convert the named export to default by this dot then, and inside the module we need to use module dot the name of our component, that is allow. By using this we can convert the named export to default export in the import itself. So this is lazy loading. So this is simple concept only. And the another one I want to show you is third party libraries. So Next.js provides many third party libraries, so you can install and start using third party libraries. So there are many third party libraries, that is Doodle Tag Manager, Doodle Analytics, YouTube Embed, Doodle Maps, all things are available. You can refer the particular library for all things. And another one useful one is static export. So what the static export means, when we are building our production bundle, like npm run build you see under our .next folder there are both server and client side components and server and client side rendering materials. But when we use next config output export and we are building our folder, building our production bundle, means we get a out folder. So this out folder have only static exports, so static assets. So this out folder does not support server components, that is server functions. So we just normally build our application, and you can see many things are like this symbol refers to static, all things. So for now my application is only lightweight, I did not put any server functions. But if you do, means then you get many things and you can just read out, means you can understand what are the things they mentioned. So now the .next as our full build bundle. So but we need only static, means then we need to configure this in next config. So I just go to next config and I just use this output. Now again I build the bundle. Now we get only static assets under the folder of, inside the folder out folder. So you can see the out folder thumb. So now the building is happened. Now it's finished. So you can see our static assets like HTML and the images, the static things only will come in out folder. So this is static export. So server functions are not supported and server things are not supported in static exports. So that's all about the three things, that is lazy loading and the third party library and static exports. You can see we are fetching some data inside home component. So this may be a fetch or any data connectivity actions, but if we don't want to catch this fetch, then we use usually no store inside the fetch, or we use the route config like force dynamic above the component. But there is another option that we can uncatch the home component, that is we are not catching the component itself. So that is the new feature Next.js provides. So what this mean, we need to import unstable no store from next/catch, and we need to invoke this inside our component. So by doing this, our component home is not catched, so our fetch is also not catched, or any data base actions are not catched. So this is our new unstable no store works. So this will not catch our component and makes our component to dynamic one. Now we are going to see about parallel routes, so which is an advanced route. So we see now, I will give the basic concept about parallel routing. So what is parallel route means? Parallel routes allow you to simultaneously or conditionally render one or more pages in the same layout. So we can also create loading error inside parallel route. So let's see with the example. So to create a parallel route, first we need to create a slot. So the syntax to create a slot means it's just a folder. So we need to use at and some name. So I just create a team. So and our slot is created, and inside I just create a page.js. So I just name as team, and also I create another route. For this I name as analytics, and inside I again create a page.js. So we don't consider the team analytics. So we need to consider the things inside the folder, like we already seen in route group. We use brackets, parentheses, and the same at means this is slot. Now after creating our parallel route, now we need to use this inside the layout. So analytics team, and we need to use here write the children. Now consider we have a page and inside the team we have a page, and these two will be considered as home page, and this is our home page app. This is app home page, and we need to match similarly, like this we have page.js and this two also have page.js. So these three will now render in the same layout. So let's see. So I just refresh, but we not see anything. Why? We need to restart our server. Now we check. Yeah, now you can see home analytics team. So which is the order I given in the layout. The children is the our children page and analytics team. So this is parallelly it is running. So we can also have another routes inside the parallel, right? I just create inside the team a user route, or we can say admin. Inside the team we have admin, and inside the admin we have page.js and admin. Now if we navigate to /admin, then it will show error. Why? Because the admin route is available only in this route only. It is not available in analytics, and also it will not available inside our app. So we will get error. So let's check /admin. Right, we get error, but this is now we are doing the odd navigation. Why? Means we are doing in the URL bar. This is odd navigation, so we get error. But when we go to soft navigation, so in home page I just create a link for admin. Now we check what happens. So refresh. Now I click admin. Now no error. Now it works. So how this is happening means, during soft navigation the existing things are be shown. Like we say existing state are shown. Like for previously we have home analytics admin, but like the existing states are shown. But when we directly enter the URL, it will show a error because it is odd navigation, because we don't have any admin route inside our app or inside our analytics. So now create this admin. So now create admin page.js. Now let's use analytics admin, and inside our app again create admin page.js. Now we name as home admin. For this we just rename as team admin. Now we check, now we refresh, and now I directly go to admin. Now this was home admin, analytics admin, team admin. Now I do a soft navigation. Now the real thing comes. Now we don't get the previous state, so we get the real route things. So for these routes we are putting the home admin, analytics admin, team admin. So they are parallelly running. So if we don't want to, for example, I don't want analytics admin, I just delete it. Then what else we can do? So if I navigate directly, then it will show error, because we are not having 3 admins at the same time. But if we soft navigation, then it will not show error, it will show the analytics. So to avoid error in odd navigation, we have a special file called default.js. So analytics default, sorry, we can also pass null, then there will be nothing shown, but I just given analytics default. So I just restart the server. Now I don't have admin inside the analytics. So in home page we have home analytics team, and when we do soft navigation we have home admin, analytics, team admin. So this is the previous state, the analytics is the previous state. So when we do odd navigation, now we see analytics default. So now we don't get any error. So we get the real thing, that is route thing, home admin, team admin, but we don't have analytics admin. So we created a default, so we get the analytics default. So this is how parallel routes work. So we can also have default in many places. For example, we have default, right, and under the admin we have default, or under the app we have default. Like many places we have default. For example, in any other route, if I delete the admin, let's say if I delete the admin under the app, then I will get error. So I create a default under the app. So we say home default. So this is default. So now let's check. We don't have console error. Okay. Now home analytics team. Now soft navigation. Now home analytics team admin. Now we just directly hit the URL. Now you can see home default, because we don't have home, we don't have the /admin inside our app, so we are getting the home default. And we don't have analytics /admin under the analytics, so we get analytics default. Also we have admin under team, so get the real team admin. For soft navigation we just get the for home we don't have, so we get the same state. Analytics also we get same state, but for team we have, so we get the team admin. So this is how our parallel route happens. So you can see that the children, we are passing the slots inside our layout. So team, analytics and children. So this children is also a inbuilt slot, so implicit slot. So we have the page directly inside app, but this is similar to at children, and inside we have a page. So this is how inbuilt works. So in the back this is how happens. So the children is a slot, so the slot is we are using here, and our home page comes here, but it is an implicit one, so we don't need to mention at children. But if we done also, the things are happen nicely. Also we need to consider that catch our route. So catch our route will replace the default JS. For example, inside analytics, I have a default JS, so I just create a catch or route. And I use catch. Now I just see the default thumb or catch thumb. So I just refresh, and for soft navigation, analytics, normal analytics. So, and for hard navigation, the default only thumb. But why? Because we need to restart our server. So I just restart the server. Now we see now home analytics team for soft navigation. We see home catch and team admin. You can see for the catcher route is replacing our page.js itself, and if we directly go to the hard navigation, then in this case also our catch only thumb. So this will replace everything. So the default also it will replace, the page also it will replace. So now you get understand about parallel route. So you can see some examples, they are given in the documentation. So I just show you some example. So they use conditional route. So you can see in the layout they are implementing importing some function and getting some value, and inside the return they are finding if the admin means we need to use admin slot, or if no admin means we need to use a slot. Then for tabs, they inside the layout they are using the link for the soft navigation. They are using soft navigation for dashboards or page views, dashboards or visitors. So you can see folder structure, analytics / page views, and inside page visitors / page. So when we soft navigate, the existing only will come. So you can refer the examples. Also we can add separate loading, layout, error, and separate layout inside the slot. Everything we can have inside the slot. We have separate error.js, loading, and layout inside our slot. So by this we parallelly run our routes, and we can show nice user interface to the user. So by this you can understand what is parallel route and how we can use parallel route, and by seeing these examples you will find where we can use parallel route in real time. Now let us see about intercepting route. So intercepting route allows us to load a route from another part of our application. So in layman terms, we say when we navigate to a route, we see one content, but when we refresh or when we hard navigate to a route, then we see another content. So same route shows different type of content. So that is intercepting route. So how to create an intercepting route means we need to use this parenthesis, and inside we need to use a dot. So for one dot it is match on the same level, and for two dot it is one level above, and for two dots, two segment means it is on two level above, and for three dots then it is the segment from the root directory, that is app. So let us see some examples. So from the examples you understand the concept of intercepting route. So let's start the example. So I just create a folder photo, and inside we have a page.js, and inside we have a photo. Now I just create a intercepting route of the photo, so it is on the same level. So I just create the one dot for the photo because it is on the same level. So I just create a page.js and the same, but for the content we just show different content intercepting photo. Now we need to create a link, so I just create a link in this area. So photo and inside href photo. Now you can see in our application we have the photo link. So I just click, so it is soft navigation, so we are getting the intercepting photo. So we are getting the slash photo route content from this intercepting route. But when I refresh the page, then we are getting the content from this photo route. So this is how our intercepting works. So when I go to the photo route, intercepting photo content came. So intercepting photo route will adds, but when I refresh the page, our original content came. So this is how intercepting route works. So let us see some additional examples. So I just create another folder called feed, and inside the feed I move the photo and also the intercepting photo. So now feed has two photos, one is normal and one is intercepting. So in this place also it is one level because it is intercepting this photo only. So I just create a page for feed. Now we just change our URL to /feed/photo because our photo is located in feed, inside the feed. So /feed/photo. So now see what happens. So I just refresh, and you can see when I click, intercepting photo came. When I refresh, the photo came, or when I directly go to the URL, that is hard navigation, our photo came. So this is intercepting route works. But when I again click, my photo only came. Why? Because we need to see the intercepting route only. Why our photo directly came mean? Because we are navigating from the app to the feed. The intercepting route is inside the feed. So if we create a link inside the feed like this, now we see what happens. So now I directly go to /feed, and now you see we have a link for the photo. I just click, now intercepting photo, and I refresh, now photo. Now I again click, now it's worked normally. So why this happens, why it is not properly happened from the photo means, so first time we get the correct one, but when again we do, we get only photo because we are intercepting this from inside the feed, but we are accessing the photo feed/photo from the page, this page. So that's why this thing happens. So let us see some additional examples with our parallel route. So you can see in this page there are some examples. They told you can create models with a URL, because you see our photo is having our intercepting route is having a separate URL, and when I refresh, our photo content came. Then we can create some models with a URL with intercepting route, or we can create a photo gallery also. For example, in a page we have a grid of photos, and when we click the photo, then our particular photo will be shown at top, but under this we have the layout is common because we are using the parallel route. So parallelly we are getting the data, but when I refresh, our particular photo only came. So we see this example with some text only. So let's see this example. So I just create a slot model, and inside the model I just move this photo intercepting route inside the model, and I just create a page.js for this model. Also I move this normal photo route to model. I just deleted the feed. Now our slot has intercepting route and normal one. Now I create a page.js for model. Without page.js it will show error, so I just create model. And we also need to create default.js. First I run without default.js. Let's see what happens to this route. So let's see. So for now we need to navigate to /photo only, because it is the slot, so it should not be considered. So let us change to photo. Now you need to understand, we have model, so we have parallel route, so our parallel route also comes in place with intercepting route. So I just refresh. So we navigate to photo. Now we get a error. Why? Because we are not creating default.js. So we are getting the error. So again I check, we are getting error. So let us restart our server and see what happens. Now let us check. I just refresh. Now you see our model thumbs. So this is, we get the error before, so we need to restart the server. So when I navigate to /photo, you see intercepting photo came, but when I refresh, our normal photo thumb, but we get a 404 because this is under our parallel route. So when this execute, then we need to create a default.js, because when this route execute, then we need to create a default.js for the correct purpose. So I created a default, or we can return null only. Now you can see inside our parallel route we have page.js, so this will match this, and inside our parallel route we have photo, and also we have this intercepting route. So when when without page.js, without default.js, we get our intercepting route, but when we refresh, this will run, but we are inside the parallel route, so we need to create default.js to show this content. So again we restart our server, because we created a default.js. Now we check. Now we have photo and model. Oh wait, yeah, I already added the model before testing, so it was like, yes, we need to add our model to our layout. I forgot to say, but I already added in the code, so it works normally. So we need to add this. Then I go to photo. Now we get the intercepting photo, but when I refresh, we get error. Why? I think we need to clear the cache. So I just clear the cache, and we see yeah, the mistake is we need to create this photo inside the app. So that is the mistake. So now everything directly works. Now it is okay. So we have a photo and we have a parallel route, and inside the parallel route we have page, and inside the parallel route we have intercepting route. So it is one level, because we don't need to consider this thing, because this is not a segment, route segment. So this is need to match this one. So this is one level. So and we have default.js. When we directly go to when we refresh, then it will directly go to this photo. So default.js is necessary. So now everything works. So we just start our server. So I just refresh. Now we have our model, and I just click to photo. Now intercepting photo, and when I refresh, we get our original photo. So this is correct. So we need to create the photo inside app, and inside our parallel we need to create the intercepting route, because we are creating intercepting route inside our parallel route. So what this purpose means, you can see first we have the home and the photo link. These two are in the home page, that is page.js under app, and this is the parallel route. So when I navigate to this one, we also see the same thing, that is we already see in parallel route. So parallel route continuously execute two routes. So we continuously see our home page as a state. But when we refresh, we only see the current photo. But without the parallel route, we just see only intercepting route. But when we refresh, we see the photo. So this parallel route with intercepting route can be used for photos layout or model like this. That is they mentioned in the example. So this is the text only. For just imagine it, we have a group of photos. So now when I click a particular photo, now the particular photo will be shown, but the layout of the photo, that is the group of photos, also shown under this particular photo. Now we get a good layout. But when we refresh, the particular photo only shown. So that is happening here. So we have a test form of explanation. So when I navigate to the particular photo, then we have the pre-existing layout, that is pre-existing content shown, and we have the photo on top, that is intercepting photo. Then when I refresh, then we get only the photo only, that is for art navigation we get only the photo. So this is the basic of intercepting route. So let us see some additional example. So this is additional example with some more complexity. So I just create a feed inside the app, and inside the feed I just move this parallel route. So it takes some time. I think it is not working, so I just manually move. Yeah, now it's work. So let us clear the cache. So inside our feed we have a parallel route, and inside the parallel route we have our intercepting route, and we have the default and page, and we also need to create the photo inside the feed, because now this is our app right thing. So we need to move this photo inside the feed. Now we have the model and parallel route and our photo. Now we need to create a page.js for the feed. So I just use feed, and we have a route. Inside this route we have parallel route, so we need to pass this sort to our this layout. So we need to create a layout inside feed, and inside the layout we need to return the children and model. So inside I just return the children, oops, then model. So now this two will be returned to our root layout. So now what this folder structure mean, we have the feed folder, and inside we have a page, and inside we have layout. Why layout means we have the parallel route inside feed, so we need to pass this sort to our root layout. So that's why we created this layout, and inside we have the photo, and inside this parallel route we have the same, the previous structure, that is default and page and the intercepting route. So this intercepting route will be one dot, because this is one level, this will match this photo. So these two photos, this photo is under the parallel route and this photo is under feed. So now how we match means we need to go to the feed slash photo. So let us change the URL, feed slash photo. Now let us run our application. Now I refresh. Now you see the feed slash photo is URL, so I just click. Nothing comes. Why? Because we already seen this, because this intercepting route is under the feed. So first we need to navigate to feed, and inside the feed we can navigate to photo, feed slash photo. So I just create a link inside the feed. So feed photo, oops, feed slash photo, now we need to navigate to feed. So let us see. So we have go to feed, and inside the feed I just navigate to intercepting route, and when I refresh I just get the photo. So this is how the complexity goes. So this is how the things work. So we have a parallel route, and inside we have intercepting route, and inside the feed we have the intercepting route, we have normal route, and these two will intercept. So we need to navigate to our feed, and from here we need to navigate to feed slash photo. So now we get our intercepting route works directly. But when we navigate to from the app page, like feed slash photo, because this intercepting route will be under the feed and under our parallel route, so it will not work directly. So we need to go to feed and from here we go to feed/photo, so which we already seen folder inside the parallel route inside our intercepting route. So from this you get a idea about intercepting route. So that's all about intercepting route. You can refer examples in the documentation and also in the internet. We have seen routing, rendering, data fetching, styling, caching and other Next.js components, functions, special files. So I have shared my knowledge with you. I hope these tutorials are helpful to you. If you find it useful, give a like and subscribe to this channel. Thank you.